Welcome back, everyone, to Emerald Draft League Season 2 semifinals. My name is Epileptic Unicorn, and we have a bit of a party today here for our pregame show. Joining me, as usual, is Kamuchi and Void Bullet Angel, but Ixie and Night Train are here as well, along with the Harvey Edition. And Mr. Frozen Forever is going to be here for a couple minutes to do a little pregame interview before he goes off to start his series. So, how is everyone doing today?
Oh yeah, it's playoffs.
I'm
Let's
doing
go!
pretty good. No, pretty good.
Okay.
I like having my Fridays off, man. It's been pretty nice, actually.
Oh, so that's what actually happened. Is you toss for Friday evenings? I like that.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
I can focus on my VAD team and try to fix the midlife crisis that we're having.
Oh, midlife crisis, isn't it? It's been going for like a couple. Anyway,
mid-season crisis.
I'll try to keep us on board because so Frozen can get to his team, hype him up for the series. Apparently, he's on a schedule. So I'll start with the first question here from Frozen. I'll let everyone kind of go on from it because I'm sure the conversation will take off. Really, all I have to ask you, Frozen, first and foremost, what's it like being the biggest underdog on a Cinderella run now in semifinals and still only having to play the 6th seed?
Honestly, it's in my opinion, it's fair. It's fair because I thought that from the beginning of the thing, I thought it was gonna be first seed picks their first opponent, and then after that the bracket was just gonna be the way how it was. So in my mind, it like changes. It like really didn't change anything, but man, dude, I didn't even believe even 10 minutes going into that last game. I'll be honest with you. We lost game 2, and I was like, this shit's over. Yeah, and then Matt and Arctic just went fucking crazy. I don't know, but I mean, it's not over. We're gonna take it home again. That's it.
Okay,
Simple as that.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think you guys gotta do to win this series?
I mean, I don't want to leak anything, but I have to play. I have to play better than I played last series. And
Yeah,
last
just be
series
better
was
for it.
Yeah, last series was the first time I really like took my like will and imposed it on other mid laners and really did something with my lead. And I'm pretty sure Beanie's better than Ishan, so I have to do a better job because Lizzo's better than Napquan. In terms of not losing to worse players. And
damn. So you're saying for a fact Defcoin's worse, huh?
What happened? So I'm saying what?
So Defcoin flip for a fact is worse in your own words.
Then Lizzo and Napquan, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
yes,
I just want to make sure that I had that you were saying
and
that. Cool.
and I know I mean, obviously the jungle, they have a certain player, and we kind of took advantage of what we knew he was gonna do. We you might as well just call it kind of cookie cutter, to be honest. So I don't know.
I got a question for you. So, what do you think is going to be your guys' main impact player on Feast or Famine that you're going to have to keep limited in these games to find overall success in this series?
I mean, Obongo's gonna do what Obongo's gonna do. They're gonna do what Obongo's gonna do. We're gonna have to keep him limited, but at the same time, I can't. Everyone has a task tonight. We have like a checklist what we run through, and that checklist starts with team fights. Got to make sure we all target the same target. Can't have 2 people targeting somewhere else and 3 other targeting like Beanie or Ishan. So it's we gotta make sure. We gotta make sure we're all on task, and if they draft like a weaker comp and they're going around Obongo to protect Obongo, we gotta make sure we all go for Obongo. And if it's something else, then yeah. But I think the way we win is the exploitation in mid jungle. We have to hard win that. We have to like absolutely gap that. If we want like a serious chance to win. If we take control of that, I think we take control of the series.
Gotcha. I do have one more question if anybody else does have a question.
Let's hear it.
Before
All right, so Which has kind of been a little underperforming compared to last split when he was just kind of popping off each game. Like you've had him all of last split and now all of this split. Last week he kind of picked it up and played really well relative to kind of Arctic and Sashi and Coinflip kind of stepping up. In this series where it's kind of seen that Phoenix is going to be the better jungler, how's your guys' game plan going in? Now we talked a little bit about Bongo kind of having to limit him, but making sure that Witch kind of makes the right plays. How are you guys kind of like aiming to? I guess what I'm trying to say is like, how's the communication kind of going in the game to make sure that Witch doesn't kind of feed a little bit?
So ever since the Sabres week, me and Witch have been kind of like on the same page. Even the final week versus Feast or Famine, like that was like we had kind of crossed out the season after like the Sabres week. But after the loss to them, we wanted more of, like, I know it finally took 9 weeks, but shit, like it was we wanted more of, hey, which, like Seb, me, let's shut the fuck up and play together. Like, what are we doing? Like, we're not, like, we're obviously somewhat better than us, a couple of these 2v2 mid laners. Like, why aren't we running these games through mid? Why aren't we like moving together down to bot lane and winning games and getting, mid bot ahead? Why aren't we doing things better? And I feel like last week I did what I had to do. I took my lead on a lesser player, and I made sure I didn't throw it. I made sure that I kept it going, and me and Witch were running across the map finding Doki. He was telling me, hey, he's gonna be pathing here, let's move here. I was there. And you set the jungler behind, he can't play the game. You set the mid laner behind, it's like you're already losing an entire quarter of the map. So we got to make sure that in the side lanes I can keep my will imposed on Ishan today.
All right.
Awesome.
I want to make sure you can get to your team and talk to them before it goes, and get some predictions in for Ixie Night Train before they got to go cast their series over on Night Train's channel. So I guess any closing remarks you have anything to say before you go?
Oh boy. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we won today.
Okay.
So that's all I'm gonna say. I wouldn't be surprised if the little boy, the little seed, the little waffle made it to the finals.
All right. Cool.
Good for him. All right. Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
I appreciate you coming on. Good luck.
Good luck, brother.
Yep. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, we now can just go straight into predictions so you guys can go to your stream, because I don't know what all you have set up for your draft. So we'll try to kind of get by these quick so teams don't have to wait on us. Hopefully, we'll see if the Cinderella run continues for them. But let's start with the game that you guys will actually be streaming, XD Night Train, with predictions on the Shorks versus the Black Mambas. Let's go ahead and start with Unicorn, then you can take it over from there.
Well, I don't know. I feel like the Mambas are just gonna hard stomp this series. It might be a 3-1, but I definitely wouldn't be surprised if it's just a 3-0. I think they're just a much better team overall, and especially with some unknown factors with the Sharks, with Orenji not being able to play anymore for the semis or finals. He's not available, so I think it's going to be rough for the Sharks to find a way to win. But if they do, it probably has to come from Molly and mid lane stepping up and having a huge performance.
Okay. So Mambas 3-1. That's what you're saying, huh?
Yeah,
Sure, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go down to the next spot. We'll go Night Train here. Night Train, what you got? Mambas versus Shorks.
Honestly, I did say, I'll be honest, I was saying that the Black Mambas were gonna win this one, but you know what? I believe in my boy, my coach Turnips, man. I think he hard carries this series. I think he beats the golden boy of the league, Edaconic, and I think that he leads his team to victory. You know, I believe him. He coaches me personally, and he's a really good coach, and I think he can coach his team into winning. So,
All right. What's your guess on the score of the series?
I think it's close, definitely. I think it's at least we're going to 5 games. So I've set aside time. I think we're going to 5 games, regardless of who wins. I think it's going to be a close series. So I've set aside the time. I think it's 3-2. I think it's a 3-2 in favor of the Shorts.
3-2 Shorts. All right. Okay. All right.
Wow. Bold
Uh,
predictions.
It's bold. You know, since you think it's bold, we'll actually skip Void and go to you. Since that's bold, what's your prediction then? He's so bold. No,
I'm gonna say 3-0 Mambas. I think they have the stronger team going into the series. Yeah, it's just gonna be 3-0.
Just a 3-0. Clean 3-0, huh?
Mm.
All right. Nothing else to add then. I guess Void, what you got? What's
I kind of been leaning with Night Train on the 5-game series. Not that the Sharks are going to win. I think the Mambas are going to win in a close series. I think the overall, Itaconic and Rain being the more consistent duo of the mid jungle, and where I think like the strongest part of the game really is on both these teams, is going to be top side. Whereas bot side just kind of sits around and does nothing for 25 to 30 minutes. And like Sniper is just going to be the same as Giggle. And I think Tomato is just way better than Googie Quee, or whatever his name.
Gooey.
Gooey. The other Queef, whatever. So I think the Mambas are going to win. I think the Sharks do have some strong points with Turnips, where I think he's going to be able to flip the early game pretty hard and actually take a couple games essentially off of his own play. So that's why I think like the 2 games they might actually pull off really off of Turnips back. But that's pretty much where I stand on this series.
All right. Anyone have anything to add about that series? I feel like everyone was pretty straightforward about it. I mean, really only Night Train being the one to stick out on what he thinks will actually come of these series. It's kind of everyone seems to be on train with the Mambas. Harvey, you have any input?
Game 5, I'll be very surprised. Holy shit.
Yeah, I was also leaning on 3-0 the Mambas. They just this is the Sharks without a lot of their teeth. So it's just how it is. Their stability in top lane is too crucial for their victories. I would have to see like consecutive hero plays from Turnip Smalley for them to get a game, in my opinion. Which could happen. Could happen one game, but I'm more leaning on 3-0 in general.
Wow, not a lot. Doesn't seem like a lot of hope here. It's kind of BM, honestly.
No hopium.
No opium. I guess we go to the next series then real quick, so you guys can go get your game. We'll let you guys go first, so you can bounce if you need to. Night Train, your predictions for the game that will be on this stream: Waffles versus Feast of Famine.
Waffles versus Feast or Famine. I'm gonna support my boy Frozen and go for the Waffles, man. I think they reach the finals again, and I think they take the second title. It would be huge if they went from 7th place, or no, it was 8th place actually.
8th place.
8th place.
Yeah.
8th place to finalists. And I think if the Sharks can knock down the Mambas, I think it's actually a lot closer. So that's like the other thing. I want the Sharks to win so that the Waffles can win in the finals.
Okay. What's your series prediction? What do you think the score of the series will be?
I would give it 2-3. I think it's gonna be a close one as well. I think the Waffles win, but I think it's a 5-gamer as well.
All right. Okay. Ixie, who do you think has it?
3-1 Feast or Famine.
3-1 Feast or Famine. So quick on it. So just
I think the bot lane's just too outmatched. I think Bongo's really good, and I think Neos provides a lot for that team. And I think it's just gonna be too much for Waffles to handle. The Drake pressure is gonna be huge in this series.
All right. Well, then Unicorn, we'll go to you. What do you think?
All right. So I can't actually give you a serious prediction because every time I've picked the Waffles to win, they've gotten hard stomped. So I have to pick the Waffles or the Feast or Famine to win just so we have a series. And I'm gonna go 3-2 for Feast or Famine.
So you're trying not
this
to
is
cast
this is
or
my
curse.
hope. Yeah, this is my hope in avoiding cursing the Waffles into getting hard stomped.
I'm just gonna okay.
Yeah.
So do you actually think Feast is gonna win though? Like,
well, if I tell you that, then the whole thing just wouldn't work, would it?
True. Yeah, you can't.
oh
Hey,
my,
yeah,
okay.
he's
Void,
Jeez,
Void, what's your
right
prediction?
now.
Void, what's your prediction?
All right, I'm gonna go with the Waffles. Every time I doubt or Frozen, he just shoves it right back in my face. So I think that he can step up the series and actually play super well. I do think his mid lane opponent is way weaker this week, so he's gonna have a lot more impact on the map. The jungler is significantly better, but the push and pull, I think his laning is gonna outmatch and overwhelm Ishan, and I don't think he's gonna be able to do very much. And I think that Frozen's gonna be the apex of this entire series. So I'm gonna give it the Waffles 3-2.
Oh, more split than the Mambas Shorks, obviously, with Night Train only being the only coper for the Shorks. Okay. Well, everyone remember this. Everyone note down who cast or cursed your team. Remember to always hate them, 100%. But yeah, with that, it's kind of already over game time. I'll let you guys go get your game, Ixie Night Train. I appreciate you guys coming on.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. And good luck in that series.
Good luck.
So, yeah.
Thanks.
You too, guys.
All right, with that, I'm going to throw it to a quick intermission. We'll be back with our casters and hopefully the draft, and we'll get the semifinals going with Feast or Famine versus the Waffles.
Welcome back, everyone, to the start of picks and bans for our game 1 of the semifinal series between Waffles and Feast or Famine. You heard our predictions previously before the break for this. Maybe Void, I know you're leaning towards the Waffles and you're really focusing on Frozen to perform well. What do you want to see their Waffles draft, and what do you want Frozen to be playing on to kind of have that impact?
I want Frozen to be playing one of his picks that he can actually abuse lane in. I know he's played like the Anivia and like the Cassiopeia, but they're not really like lane bullies where he can kind of flip and play like Swain and or not, Syndra and just kind of bully the enemy laner out of lane, just kind of outplaying them in micro trades. Like he's obviously shown us that he can do that. And I, once again, don't think Ishan is really able to deal with that. So I want Frozen on a playmaker, realistically, so that he can kind of make plays happen to relieve some pressure away from Witch so that he doesn't have to make the plays. Also, I think getting Def Coin Flip something comfortable so that he can play well into Lizzo. I think he did step up a lot last week. So I think that if they get him a comfortable matchup into Lizzo, he definitely has the opportunity to kind of take Lizzo to town. Lizzo is, here and there kind of drop the ball. So I think the disrespect that Lizzo might give over to coin flip might flip the game for the Waffles, if not like an entire game entirely if he gets a Darius or a Sat. So that's what I want to see the Waffles do in terms of trying to get some type of game plan.
All right, well, real quick here, we did get the Caitlyn, Yone, and Akali banner from the Waffles, and the Anivia, Fiddlesticks, and Zac ban coming out for Feast or Famine. And just the first pick, Hecarim, coming out for Waffles for Witch in the jungle.
Yeah, but it looks like Witch is going to be trying to snowball this game. Hecarim is a really strong ganker in general, and that brings a lot of setup, especially for a mid-jungle duo to just be able to roam around and take over the map. But going back to the bans, Feast or Famine has banned Zac, Fiddle, and Anivia. I feel like all 6 of these bans are sort of guaranteed bans against these teams. Like, there isn't much leeway, because if they get any of these champions, then it's sort of the game being taken over by that person, as you get Varus Mordekaiser.
Yeah, Varus, I think, is Obongo's one of his more commonly played champions that he's pulled out so far, and it's going to have a lot to, set up and, crowd control in the team fights, as well as I assume that's probably Lizzo playing the Mordekaiser, although it could be flexed around a bit, but it would make sense for what they would expect Def Coin Flip to be playing in the top lane, just to preemptively pick the Mordekaiser.
Okay, is this Veigar mid or bot?
Technically be both. It could be flexing it, which I honestly think is actually a really good flex, just because it's so good in both lanes. You can easily just move it out of bot, move it to mid, or move it out of mid and move it to bot. Relatively safe and actually good into Varus as well because of the range difference. Jax coming over to coin flip. Okay, so we do get an aggressive top laner that can scale in side lane. So we are going to get the coin flip this game. Whether he runs it down or carries the game, I guess we'll find out.
Alright, heads or tails. Roll a d20. All heads and nat 20 and nat 1.
All right, we're rolling a d20. It was a 6. He's running it down this game.
Shit.
Oh,
Oh no, not looking good for the Waffles in the first game. Actually, Sean is looking to pull out LeBlanc.
that is
That's a pick.
not a frequent pick we have seen so far in the season, but it has, it did get a pretty significant buff, recently, as well as they're kind of forcing this Veigar to be bot lane with this pick, because that's not really a laneable matchup that you can take in the mid lane. If the LeBlanc plays it well, you kind of just get poked out and you can't really ever stay in the lane to even farm. So if Frozen does opt to keep that matchup in mid, we'll have to see how well Ashan can play that matchup and punish him for it. But looking like it will probably flex to bot lane to try and avoid this matchup.
Yeah, but Frozen does get a really hard counter pick now, as Feast or Famine are expecting it to go bot lane. And we'll see what's left on the table, as we know that Frozen generally likes Victor. Or I'm not really sure of any good matchups into LeBlanc currently.
I would default that to you to Unicorn.
Well, my favorite champion, Annie, which has been banned. Vex is also typically, it can be like a very snowball focused matchup. Yeah, obviously a bit prototypical, Lysandra if playing more defensively. Or you might see something go full aggressive and try and play something like Tristana and just shove the LeBlanc in, buy a Hex Shrinker first item, and just apply a ton of pressure to the lane, are kind of the typical answers, but there's a lot of just safe control mages that you could also just play into it as well.
Yeah, also, Feast or Famine are holding their support pick for final pick to see if the Veigar actually is going to go bot lane here. I assume Feast or Famine sees that, or they think it's going to go bot with the 2 extra mid bans. That also could just be for safety. Ooh, they are going to opt to leave it mid lane if they go ahead and lock in the Jinx here. Leona is still available.
Don't worry, the Veigar can go support as well. Just max out Cage.
This is very, very interesting that they end up going with the Jinx.
They should draft some type of protection for the backline here, considering they have 2 immobile carries and a diving champion.
Yeah, to be honest, I expect something like a Lulu or like a Rakan coming in from the Sashi.
Lulu or
Rakan,
Tom?
Rakan would round out the
Or the Renata.
Renata. That's another good pick as well.
You can definitely use the Renata ult, kind of like an answer to the Maokai ult. Is they're dropping the Maokai ult and trying to run at you, and you can just preemptively throw the Renata ult back at them to buy yourself time with the Maokai CC as well. Obviously, you can get a lot more value out of it with a better usage of it, but they can kind of be a pseudo disengage for your Jinx because you really don't have anything else on your team.
Well, these team fights are going to be extremely explosive with the Seraphine being locked in. You have a Hacker ult coming in and Renata ult coming in from Waffles versus a Maokai Seraphine ulti. So,
and Varus.
There's a lot of projectiles coming in. A lot of AoE projectiles just slowly running at you. Who do you think will win?
It's definitely going to depend on the angles. It's going to be hard just to brute force run straight at the Veigar and Renata. plus the Jinx traps as well to control some space. But if Maokai can find a good angle for the ult, or if Waffles don't respect the Seraphine extension on the ult and get caught out, could definitely lead to some very one-sided team fights. But I think the Waffles have the tools they need to disengage, as long as they can, kind of get through the early-ish parts of the game without hemorrhaging too much gold.
Yeah, I kind of echo that thought. I think kind of both comps kind of have a little bit of like the backwards thinking on it, but I think Feast or Famine have the more clear go in button, where the Waffles have like a little bit of the Hecarim's diving, but not really the rest of his team's going to follow up with it. So the Hecarim might end up turning into more of a defensive Hecarim play style, but hopefully he's able to get a lead early. A lot harder for Maokai to really deal with him as well, especially if he goes Ghost, if Witch decides to go Ghost and maybe invade the Maokai. He should have... No, he doesn't get... Viger doesn't have pushing lane, correct? He shouldn't have push.
LeBlanc's not, well known for her wave control. It shouldn't be too heavily in terms of just actual lane push. But if the LeBlanc plays it well, she can leverage a health lead to force the Viger back and make him lose control, but she won't just naturally outpush him.
Okay, so we're just gonna have to see how the lanes go, because both topside and in mid can kind of be neutral into pushing depending on what the players are doing. Obviously Mordekaiser hard shove, but Lizzo tends to normally play a little bit more safer. And the bot side is just going to be a farm fest with probably little to no internet. So it's going to be eyes on the junglers to make plays in this early game.
Yep, definitely agree with that. And I think, Phoenix should have a pretty clear goal of blow the flash on the Viger early with just an early gank and just make it as hard as possible for Frozen to lane. Because, like you said, you wanted Frozen to be the focal point for the Waffles. And the Viger doesn't have too much agency on his own in the early game. And if you can force a flash, maybe an early, depending on, if Frozen takes TP to try and, stabilize his lane a bit, if you can force that out early, it can be really rough for him and kind of unlock his shot to roam around the map and kind of transfer that map control to the rest of his lanes. I think overall it's a pretty even draft on both sides with advantages to each team, and we'll just have to see how they execute it. With that, I think we're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have Game 1 between Feast or Famine and Waffles. Welcome back, everyone, to the start of Game 1 in our first semifinal matchup here, as both teams get on to the Rift, and the pause should be resolved. This is a little bit of a spectator being weird, but we should be good to go here. So, any extra thoughts from any of you guys about the draft? How I think we agree that the onus is kind of on Feast or Famine to get the game moving a bit. Any thoughts on what you want to see them doing to kind of achieve that?
I think if the easiest lane to gank is probably top lane this game for both sides. Maybe Frozen for Maokai is probably a little bit easier, but like Lizzo for Witch is going to be the easiest lane to gank. And if you put a lot of money into this Jax is going to run over the sideline, and they don't really have a way to deal with that.
I'd like to note that the Jax forgot to buy items.
Yeah, Coin Flip forgot to purchase some items here. It's going to be a little challenging to lane at the moment.
Little unfortunate, but
Mr. Coin Flip is saving all his gold to flip the coins,
Yeah.
He needs to flip all 500 gold.
This is a important thing if you guys are playing in any sort of team-based comp league, is just to be a good teammate. Make sure all your teammates have items before the start of the game.
I'm a little confused why both the junglers are starting about 5 seconds late on their jungle clears. Both of them are wandering around at like 135 and we're not hitting anything.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. We got the vision score on the Hecarim, as I think Coinflip is now feeling the effects of not having a.
He's probably realized at this point, but not really much you can do right now. Kind of just have to hope the early trading goes, okay enough for you to be able to get a back off. Maybe this is just a big brain play. He's going to get 300 gold and then back and buy a Sheen.
Oh, just early burst?
Because he didn't spend his original money.
That's definitely one way to do it.
Yeah, it's
we got a nice trade.
Yeah, it is against Doran's shield, so at least it's not too much pressure coming back at him. But like you said, good trades coming out here in bot lane as they're forcing the push out here, which I kind of expect. It's hard for Seraphine to match push early on. It's just the mana costs are so high for your abilities. If you're spamming out your abilities trying to help get push, you're just going to go before you hit level 3. So...
Yeah, but they also have to be careful because Maokai did start on the top side jungle, so there could be somewhat of an early gank if they keep pushing the lane.
Yeah, they could also just get a reset off of this wave if they just kind of walk up and just decide to shove it. I don't know if they're actually going to do that. The Hecarim is also pathing to top. Lizzo has an early ward down.
Yeah, they should know this timing here as they're getting really chunked out here, and they should know this timing of Maokai getting his full clear going off, and if he was going to show up, he could be there in anytime within the next 30 seconds. So looks like they're trying to get this back, but Neos is trying to stop them, and looks like they will successfully. But the Ignite comes down onto... Actually, that isn't Ignite, as Nasashi has to flash away, and he just gets taken down by the damage. The exhaust comes out afterwards, and Arctic has to flash away, and Neos is able to live with, about a 50 HP, but they still did have the heal as well, so...
Yeah, Arctic has no flash, but this is a really easy dive angle for the Maokai. He's trying to wrap around right now if they're able to get the early push.
Yeah, Arctic is just dead. You should just... They're trying to figure out how to do this dive, but now Phoenix is super low. He could just go down to the minions here. The Zap is going to come out, and that's going to be a kill.
Hey, yo, you have flash. You have no flash. What are you doing?
Phoenix has flash and decided not to use it.
They needed to keep him there, wait for the wave to be pushed up, and then it was an easy dive. Now Arctic is really greeting here, trying to catch this wave, but if he gets hit by basically anything, he could just go down, but the level up is going to give him enough health, plus the red buff and pots rolling. Should be able to farm this, and that was just a huge blunder by Phoenix that really saved a horrible situation for the Waffles.
And by the way, our prediction happened. Coinflip has base in bot Sheen and boots.
Perfect.
Coming in.
It's all calculated. As Witch comes in, there is no pull anymore. This might just be able to walk this out, but I think it's going to have to burn the flash here. Is really holding on for a very long time. A last-second shield comes out, and he's actually able to walk out without burning any summoners. Still having that TP, so not losing too much here.
He felt really confident with that W. That I actually respect saving the flash there, as it just wastes a lot of time. And Coinflip did use the flash in that exchange, so he's at a summoner disadvantage at the moment.
Also having already used that TP to get that early back
It's
into
so
lane, and no,
greedy
Arctic
to
gets
back.
cancelled, and he's gonna go
Arctic
down.
again.
It happened twice in a row. Just walk back.
Arctic.
They have a ward in the second bush, and they know where he's backing, man.
And it's a little bit of some lazy recalls coming out now. Bongo has 2 kills, just got a transfer of the double buffs. It's, it's kind of, you saved a horrible situation with the mistake from Phoenix, and you just pass it right back over. And that's really not what you want to see out of your bot lane here. Is Bongo might just get a plate here as well with it, but Hecarim is moving down, so they're going to have to be a little bit respectful here, but they do still have all flashes available. So we'll see how they're able to play this out. The switch goes straight in for the Seraphine. The stun lands as well. Neos has to flash away from the Chompers, but he gets slowed and exhausted, but they just can't find damage to connect. And now Maokai flashes in, going straight onto Hecarim. The bailout comes out, but it's not going to be enough. And he's going to go down as Arctic's trying his best to trade back, but it's not going to be enough. Frozen is here just too late, and they're able to back off.
Just another gank which is trying to make happen. A greedy recall kind of costing a lot here for blue side, as they just are struggling to find anything now. Waffles kind of falling relatively far behind, especially in bot lane now with a gold lead.
Yeah, but it looks like Prison's trying to help
This is
him
a
out.
very risky dive here. We'll see if they can find something here on Bongo. They just need a little bit more damage and they could execute him. The heal lands, or the flash comes out, but it's already cast as well. Nisashi's going to go down here. The bailout comes out, but no kills are going to come back. So trading a 1-for-1, and that could have gone way worse for the Waffles.
Okay, guys, I have a new prediction for you. How long are these double buffs going to last? As it's now been transferred over 3 separate times.
Well, buffs are about to come back up, so definitely going to be 3 sets of jungle buffs floating around at some point in this game. Although I do see Witch has snuck into top side for Phoenix and is starting to steal. He stole away 1 chicken camp away already, so this is the 2nd camp he's stealing away.
Looks like a fight might be breaking out on this top lane, but Coinflip just getting harassed down by Lizzo. A couple more Qs land, and he's just in range of being executed here, so definitely has to play a bit safe here, as Barely's going to sidestep that Q, but yeah, like you said, there's opening up a pretty big CS lead over here for Witch. There's this 3-camp lead at the moment, and will be a 4th camp lead before Phoenix even starts on these Krugs that he's going for, so good job from him trying to, at least stabilize some of the interesting plays coming out of his bot lane. He's looking for another gank here. They know there's no flashes, and he does have 6. Bongo's walking straight into him, but he's going to back away. Forehand. Now spot out on the ward. We'll just clear this ward and go back to his jungle.
Yeah, it looks like bot lane wanted to prioritize on getting the CS, as they are a bit far behind. There's a small CS differential, but
I really think Witch needed to commit for that play when they were under tower and just run straight after them with ult. We know that Bongo doesn't have flash. Exhaust from Neos you can only put it on Arctic or Witch. One of them is going to kill the Varus before he can really do anything. So I'm not really happy with that play. I really wish he would have taken the dive, especially with how behind his bot lane is right now.
okay, these Varus Qs are definitely going to start hurting, as he is going to the lethality build for the poke, and it's gonna be really hard to get into this Varus, especially with what team they do have. They have a lot of peel, they have a lot of anti-dive, per se.
Yeah, I definitely like that decision to go for the lethality here, as we get a bit of all in, but the chains miss. Because you're just going to be able to outrange the Viger, and neither the Viger or Renata deal with poke very well. And just given the range you can have on Varus with going lethality, you can just kind of win anything before walking into a threat range of a Viger cage. But it will leave them, a little bit short on just raw DPS, as they also have the LeBlanc, which is going to bring the DPS either. So maybe if an engage goes poorly, might not have the consistent damage they need to win out on fights.
One thing to note is, while we were conversing, the Mordekaiser now does have the Rift Herald on him. So we'll see how much plates and gold is spent on his Mordekaiser. We're starting to see a really huge CS differential with 23 CS over for the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, and continuing to see the junglers just perpetually bot, just looking at trying to get leads in both bot lanes here, try and bring the Waffles back maybe a little bit here after losing a lot of that gold in the early game.
Oh, Arctic's walking straight into the blast comes over from the Maokai. He's by himself though and doesn't have any follow-up just yet. But the Varus ult should come out here. The Seraphine ult comes out and it lands onto Arctic. He uses the cleanse and gets away. The huge Renata ult comes in. But now the Hecarim's in the middle of the whole team, exhausted up, but it's not going to matter. He takes down Niels. He's looking for more. He knows Obongo still doesn't have flash yet, but he just can't quite get in range of him. But they'll turn that around and take a 1-for-0 trade and looking to take this early dragon as well.
Yeah, I think Feast or Famine was on 2 different pages there on the engage. Phoenix jumping the wall looking for the fight, and Bongo and Nidos just walked away kind of back under tower in retreating fashion. If they would have just walked up, even through the minion wave, they would have been able to flip that fight and probably taken both of them. They did take both sums from Arctic and both sums, and Ghost from Witch, so they kind of got a lot for it, but they really should have just committed together as one play.
Yeah, a bit disoriented, but Bongo's still in a really nice place. He has 3 kills, and to be honest, I don't think he really has to do too much. I don't think they have to try and force anything. Just try to get the objective pressure.
We get all in coming out. This coin flip has popped the ult. Lizzo has responded, and he's just going to beat the Jax to death here in the Death Realm. And that's just an easy solo kill for Lizzo as coin flip overestimated his power. But there, Lizzo actually had the Herald, so he's going to get a ton of money here.
Oh, that was even worse for coin flip as he teleported into the fight there, so now he doesn't have a teleport here to even respond to this. So this is going to be 3 plates plus a kill going over to Lizzo. Maybe 3 plates, maybe 2 plates.
Lizzo's sort of disrespecting the hacker, but he should get the 3rd plate.
Yeah, okay. So that is that's a kill and a half worth of gold just in plates. So plus the actual kill, Lizzo is going to come back most likely with a completed Riftmaker and just start making quick work of this Jax. There's not a whole lot that the Jax can now do about this. And then, yeah, we're seeing...
As the chain lands on Frozen, Ishan doesn't have his spells up just yet. He has to dodge some damage. The ult comes out, but it's not enough, and the flash distortion makes sure there's no chance of Frozen reacting to that. That's going to be a solo kill over to this Blanken. That's the kill threat that we're kind of talking about. It's really hard for the Viger to actually land any CC on the LeBlanc. He does have Everfrost now, which will help him secure, some of that damage. But a good kill by Ishan, who is kind of falling behind in this lane, losing plates. Going even in CS is not really what you wanted to see, but a good solo kill coming out to kind of keep him ahead of the pace of the game.
Yeah, and if we actually look at the junglers, the amount of gold that this Maokai is behind is actually pretty absurd for what state of the game that he's actually in, and how far up Lizzo is in gold is actually showing up a pretty big decent.
Yeah, we haven't seen a new item bought from the Hecarim for a while. He's probably sitting on like a couple thousand at this point.
2,474. He's sitting on his. If he decides to go, we're not really sure yet. He only has part of an item in his inventory, but he should really go Sunder in this game and build full tank so that he can be the front line for his team. But we'll end up seeing where he decides to go.
One thing to note is we are actually...
Frozen's in trouble again? No, Ishan will decide not to take it.
The Varus did opt for a Dust Blade instead of the Eclipse. He's looking to just burst someone out of vision, as he's really well aware that it's so hard for the enemy team to just walk up. So I want to see... I'm more excited about the mid game. I want to see these teams to start looking at the objectives, starting to try for a team fight, but I think the earliest team fight that we'll have...
Oh, he's dead?
2 minutes as top lane gets soloable. F for the coin flip.
Yeah, I think that roll of 7 is coming true. As Frozen's might go down, but no, he executes LeBlanc before the chain second half lands. And that kind of shows the amount of damage the Viger can put out if he lands the spells. He can definitely one-pop the LeBlanc, who's not well known for being the tankiest of champions, but Arctic is dead.
Oh, he's dead. Oh, no. Goodbye. He doesn't even get cannon.
Just get absolutely popped. The game is going pretty from bad to worse here for the the Waffles is kind of bot lane and top lane are just kind of getting annihilated. Mid lane's doing okay with the LeBlanc, but I think Frozen got the better of Ishan in a couple of these trades and is traded out a little bit. And Phoenix doesn't really have to do anything except sit back and protect Bongo from the Hecarim flying in. So these team fights are going to be pretty explosive, but they have multiple carries on the side of Feast or Famine here. It's a little concern here for the Waffles going into this mid game.
Yeah, all honesty, it's probably gonna be up to the mid jungle to try and do something, as Frozen said in the interview. But it's really hard to actually just lock into everyone. As
Sean just walked into the Cajuns, taking huge damage and barely lives. He needed one more auto attack. He should have died there, but Frozen canceled an auto attack in that sequence, which would have been enough. And now he's gonna have to run from this 3-man play, but he will get away, and which will secure this Herald before he needs to run away from this Mordekaiser. Yeah, this is we can definitely see that the power coming out of this Viger pick, and when there's a slight mistakes there, like Ashan, he baited out the Everfrost and the cage in bad positions, and then accidentally just walked into the cage anyway, so it's a bit unfortunate.
They're looking for these Drakes now because they can pretty much start the Drake stacking whenever they want, but they brought Lizzo down probably to ult the Hecarim if he tries to walk in. They are going to see, and it looks like he's going to opt to reset and go back to top lane. He has bought. That is a really thick Mordekaiser. He is super strong right now.
He's almost completed his second item with the Raleigh, it looks like.
Yeah, and Bongo has completed 2 items for himself. And looks like we are going to see the Sojin out of the Hecarim, so not what Unicorn and I both want to see out of this Hecarim. Both of us wanted to see a little bit more of a deep or survivability build, tank build even. But it looks like that's not what we're going to get. We're going to solo queue Hecarim up in this game.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much action coming in from the Hecarim. He's just been power farming this entire time. You can tell by the major CS difference between him and his jungle counterpart, but if this keeps going on, Hecarim does fall off in the later game. He has to rely on his mid or AD carry to actually scale up. So I don't think it's a really good spot for him to be in unless he tries to do something with these items.
Yeah, he was looking for a lot of the plays in the early game that just really none of them worked out. The bot lane gank where he got killed, then the one where he decided not to take. He did get the kill on... Oh, we're getting a fight.
Coin flip might be able to get his way. Oh, the pullback misses, so he's going to be able to jump to safety here. No ult committed from the Maokai to lock him down.
Yeah, but what I was saying is, Witch did get one successful gank off, but like the rest of them just kind of fuddled out and failed. So it's a little unfortunate that he wasn't able to get some of these successful games, but I really need him to just pull the trigger here as he goes.
All right, he's looking straight for Obongo, who does still have flash. He ults the Hecarim to buy some space. The ult comes out of a Hecarim, but the flash comes out from Obongo, and they should be able to get out of here as Arctic walks super far forward, tries to flash in a straight line, but that's not going to be enough. As now Coin flip might go down here in this top lane, but we come back as Ishan has made it down into bot lane. Arctic has no summoners. He's going to go down here as Ishan's looking for the Renata, but won't find it. Coin flip finally gets chased down here, but that's overall just 2 kills. Going over to Feast of Famine with nothing traded back.
Yeah, once again, I'm just seeing the Waffles are a little off. Like, Arctic and Nishashi were not in position for that when Witch was decided to go in. If they were closer, they may have been able to follow up on that play. Bongo, doing a great job holding both of his summoners, waiting for the Hecarim to ult to just flash the fear so he didn't get feared up. But, like, the bot lane and the jungler is just not synced up here for Waffles, and Witch is just not getting anything for these ganks. If he was on a farming jungler right now, he'd be better off than playing the Hecarim right now.
Yeah, and I think, the issue, neither jungler has really, made that big of an impact. There's been, mostly some ganks going down to the bot side. But I think it's just the fact that the Feast or Famine laners have just been winning by themselves. So when neither jungler is really getting a whole lot of impact down, it just looks really bad for the Waffles, even though the Hecarim, got himself, a 40 CS lead here. He's up 10 camps, but so far hasn't been able to materialize that. But he's going straight on Obongo, but the Verisalt comes out. He actually pulls the ult off, and now Obongo should go down here with no summoners, as Witch gets the kill here. Arctic it will be able to get the reset as well onto the Seraphine as Lizzo flashes in but can't find anything, not able to apply that Rylai's, so everyone will walk away.
Wow, they lucked out there with Lizzo not getting anybody there, not able to kidnap anybody and take them to Detroit. A little unfortunate for Lizzo there, missing the pull on essentially the Hecarim. He could have just killed the Hecarim there, and they could have secured a Baron off of that. Well, no, that's not. Bot lane died, but secured at least a lot of pressure in the jungle, or maybe even all their vision, so they could actually threaten the Baron. Because they're hitting that point where they could probably just do it with how strong Lizzo is. He could just tank the Baron himself. So Dragon's coming up. They're most likely going to move down to that position for this, so we might get a team fight on this Drake. I know it's just we're going to see the team fight sooner or later. The pressure is going to give, and they're all going to group for one of these objectives.
Poor Coin Flip, he's on an island, he's 2 levels behind, he's not able to walk to the CS. Such a sad sight.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see what he's, he got a wave completely shoved out. I would like to see him just use that opportunity, at least put his body somewhere else on the map instead of playing this game of footsie up in top lane where he knows he can't walk up and he's just kind of waiting. But we might get an engage here as the Maokai comes in from the flank. Ashan is here as well. They're onto Nasashi, but the chain misses, and Nasashi is going to be able to walk out. But Arctic actually got chunked out by the Varus, so he's not a part of this fight. And the Feast of Famine will secure control over this dragon. As Frozen's looking for something, he finds the stun onto Maokai, and he's going to chunk him out a lot, but no vision over the wall to ult him, as now Ashan walks straight in, but he just gets popped by the ult. The big heal from the Seraphine shield comes out to save him there as he jumps back over the wall, and we get more of a fight up here in top lane. But I think the important thing is down here in bot lane is Frozen gets caught, but there's just not enough follow-up damage as the Hecarim's in the middle of everyone. But there's just all the heal going on. Everyone is living with 1 HP. Nasashi trying to find the auto attacks, and he does. As now Bongo's charging up, and he's trying to snipe him out. Nasashi just trying to disengage here as everyone leaves with 1 HP. But Phoenix is healing back up with that red buff, and they should be able to secure this dragon.
Yeah, everybody just barely limping away from that fight. What a close team fight. Frozen doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that fight, chunking out Phoenix so that he had to play safe and then almost killing him there once he went back around. Well, that was a scattered fight from both sides, but wow, this game is even closer than we thought it was in terms of these fights. That Mordekaiser being there, the gold differential really isn't that significant.
Yeah, I'm not sure how exactly Nasashi got up to be solo on the top side of the fight, 1v1ing the chunked out LeBlanc. But
it's just one of those positioning things where there's so much going on in a team fight that you sort of just lose track of where your own team is, as Frozen was also just in the bot side river, just fighting by himself, fighting for his life.
Yeah. We'll see if maybe they can find a bit more coordination here, but it's gonna be definitely gonna want to keep trying to take fights, like you said, without Mordekaiser there, because he's level 15. He has 2 items completed. He is a huge power point for Feast or Famine, and if they can, just get him to stay in a sideline and not come to the team fights, that's their hope for a win condition here. But you can see the Varus poke coming out, and it's just doing so much damage already as Mermana has finally transformed.
Yeah, and I was about to point out, I really like Lizzo to move down to the bot side so we can put more pressure on this map. Obviously, we know Coinflip is really struggling to lane into him. Jack's pretty far behind, can't really deal with him. So you stick the Mordekaiser on the other side of the lane, completely offset the map. The Baron is wide open for tanking. So easily could get a Baron set up, maybe into even a Baron take here if the Feast or Famine decide to set up for that.
Ooh. And I don't like this choice from Frozen. It looks like he's actually building towards a Shadow Flame right now. I don't think you need to be doing that on champions like Viger. You just scale so well with raw AP. I'm not sure why he's opting to delay his death cap so much. But he should definitely be focusing that. Normally you see Viger's getting death cap 2nd item, 3rd item at the very least. If he delays it till his 4th item, it's really just going to slow down his huge power spike of getting that raw AP for those huge ults coming out. And that's kind of their win condition here, is using his ult to get Jinx a reset early on in fights, so that Jinx can actually start hitting and deal a lot of the necessary consistent damage.
Because there's not a ton of consistent damage coming from Feast or Famine. I think Mordekaiser is probably the most consistent damage you have on this team. LeBlanc and Varus are poke and just kind of burst. They don't really have that consistent damage. If they're able to survive the initial engage, which they did, looks like they do see Phoenix. Looks like they're just kind of let him walk around. But, oh, they are going to offer the fight.
Oh, Switch goes in, but he's all by himself, isolated. Has to ult out to safety, but does get the Maokai ult in return. So trading ults between the junglers, but looks like Feast of Famine looks like they just want to start this Baron, knowing that Frozen is stuck in the bot lane dealing with Mordekaiser.
Yep, exactly what I was talking about. They did want to opt for the Baron setup. They do get spotted out here. They could opt to just burn the teleport, or maybe they'll just try and force out Frozen's teleport. I think that's what they're trying to do. We'll see if they actually decide to commit. Okay, they got Frozen's teleport. They're TPing in. This is going to be a fight.
Oh, he just gets completely one-shot as he goes in. A huge Seraphine ult, or Renata ult comes out into the cage, and they're stunning up the whole team, but they just can't find it. Jinx finally found the damage. Now Mordekaiser is here, and they're going to have to retreat away from him as Varus just snipes out Arctic as Frozen is looking, but he can't find it. Now he gets flashed and ulted by the Mordekaiser, and he should be going down here. I don't think he has the damage to burst out this Mordekaiser, and he does not. And what looked like might be a promising fight for the Waffles just turned straight on his head. They couldn't find that damage in the CC chain to actually execute Obongo.
Yeah, Witch getting absolutely deleted in that fight was probably the difference. Going in early, kind of sacrificing his life. Once again, we kind of hit the nail on the head. His inability to survive these fights is what's going to cost him his team. And giving the time for Lizzo to get into the fight, because he didn't have a ward that was close. Well, I believe he did. I don't know if he just didn't take it. He had the pink ward in the pit, but I think he opted to TP to the mid wave and then walk up. But if they would have been able to capitalize a little bit more on them being gone, they kind of got all of their CC together, and the Jinx rocket with the Viger damage bringing down 2 just wasn't enough to kind of deal with Bongo along with Lizzo showing up after burning all their cooldowns.
I think the biggest thing there is
Masashi is going to go down.
LeBlanc. Goodbye, this is the support life against his assassin.
As Hecarim should have to ult here just to survive, but he lets the chain connect and he's going to go down as well. It's 2 kills and a free dragon going over to Feast or Famine here. And it's not what you like to see.
Yeah, you might want to be thinking a little bit about going into next game at this point for Waffles, see what they need to change up. I think they had a solid draft plan going into this game, but kind of just started losing individually. Woo, close there. One of them was going to steal that, but they pretty much have a pretty free win condition going now for the rest of this game. Send Mordekaiser into his side lane by himself or mid lane here. Send the other 4 onto the other side of the map and just push down towers and just get as much gold as you can with this Baron.
Yeah, I mean, for Waffles, I think you can still try and stall out the game. The longer the game goes, they have instantly scaling it as Lizzo. He's way too tanky.
He's just disrespecting him.
Just standing under tower just doesn't give an absolute shit.
But we've
Frozen.
seen in the fight as Frozen's gonna get caught.
He's gonna get rooted up into the Varus ult. He should go down here as well. And they're just getting picked off one by one here as they're not wanting Kamuchi to continue his points.
Yeah, you know, just forget about the points. if they keep if Waffles keep getting picked out like this, then it's just not available to scale anymore.
As they're still going with this Baron buff. They have the 2 cannon minions here. Jinx doesn't have a lot of wave clear here against the Baron minions, and those Varus Qs just keep landing, chunking her out. Cornflip is here to try and help out, but they just can't do anything against this Baron buff. That's going to be turret going down. They will save their inhibitor for now. But now opening up
what Lizzo
to...
is doing. Why is he not on the mid wave kind of shoving it up to offset the balance? Instead he opted to go up to topside? I know he did have to base.
He went up to topside, you know, thinking, matching the Jax, saying the Jax was just going to try an AFK split to try and at least get something back, deny that. Also making sure he denies that objective bounty from the top lane turret, but with Jax backing, he decides to just catch the wave. His team doesn't need him anyway.
Yeah, I feel like they could have gotten the inhib there if he was just standing on the mid tower and pulled somebody away to actually clear the wave. Or he could have just walked down himself and secured an inhibitor. That would have 100% ensured their victory here.
No, you're thinking too high macro for these players, okay?
Too high macro. They gotta learn. Iron Fist.
All right, so Kamuchi, there's a 7,000 gold lead in favor of Feast or Famine, and Frozen looks like he's going to go down again as he gets pulled back by the Mordekaiser. He's just no chance of living here. That'll be another kill.
Hey, if you were
Going
asking
over
me
to
what
Mordekaiser.
Waffles need to do,
Yeah.
don't do that.
What, how does Waffles, win this game?
That
Pretend
exact
that never happened.
situation of going to jungle with no vision, yeah, don't do that.
Well, it's even worse. He actually had vision. He
did.
He knew
Oh, he had
Mordekaiser
vision?
was there.
Oh, come on now. Okay.
He blue trinketed it, saw Mordekaiser, and he's like, I'm
Look.
gonna take you.
Look, at this point in the game, you're in desperation. You try to...
Oh,
As the flash comes out from the
Look.
LeBlanc, securing another
He
kill
carry
onto
life.
Arctic.
Look, every time I try to make a point for Waffles, they always die.
Can you
I'm just
stop
gonna
killing
shut
the
up.
Waffles, okay?
I'm like castle cursing. I'm like, yeah, they could do this. They're desperate. Nope, it's doomed. Goodbye.
Yeah, kind of definitely just hoping for a couple huge Feast or Famine throws at this point. As this LeBlanc has almost at her death cap. They're looking for something. They might actually just catch out Obongo here. He should go down, or Obongo, Neos. He should go down here, but now the counter engage happens as Bongo is just free hitting in the backline. Jax finally jumps on top of him, and he needs some help, but Jax is just going to solo him out. And now Phoenix is going to be left for dead as the remaining member of his team. And somehow the Waffles find a 4v5 fight in the middle of their base, with Mordekaiser not being there.
What was that, like 3,000, 4,000 gold just being given over in just objective bounties?
Yeah, there's some pretty big shutdowns going over there. Jax picked up a lot of money there, picking up 2 kills as well. So, well,
The Jax is still about 3,000 gold behind Lizzo. Lizzo got about 14k, and
but Jax has his wits end now.
He does have his wits end, which.
And, because Lizzo is already level 18, Jax is catching up on levels as well. He's 17 himself, completed 3 items.
He's definitely not. Yeah, he's definitely strong. He's down to be tripled with at this point. Maybe not in the 1-on-1 against Lizzo. It'd probably be pretty easy for Lizzo to win that 1v1. But aside from that, he has pretty nice threat on the rest of the team in terms of just raw damage. He's the same items as the mid laner Ishan here. They both have about the same amount of gold. Actually, Coinflip having a little bit more gold because of the farm and the towers and the sidelines. So Jax is semi-online here if he's able to survive the initial part of the fight.
Well, it is going to come down to this Mountain Soul that is spawning here in 5 seconds in the full control of the river going over to Feast or Famine. Waffles trying to find a way to get into this as LeBlanc's a little bit split. We'll see if they try and pick her off. But no, they're looking still for the fight, but the Maokai ult just comes straight in. They're going to isolate them, but the Seraphine ult is huge. 3-man. LeBlanc is just going to be execute right away as now the Musashi goes down as well. It's just going to be a clean fight run over for the Feast or Famine. So it's 4-0. They're going to secure this dragon just to be safe, but I think they can just end off those death timers.
The positioning was just such a small choke point that this is like the most disadvantaged choke point, but you can tell that Feast or Famine are just purely aware of where they are. It's just, how do you escape this if you're standing in the tri-brush area?
Yeah. Maokai straight into the Seraphine ult, just absolutely obliterating. Bongo hitting the Q, the ulti, everything combo together. Just press all of your buttons all at once, everything dies.
As Arctic's trying his best to 1v5 in the base, but it's not going to be enough, and Feast or Famine is going to end up taking game 1 of this series. So,
Honestly, a really clean game coming out of Feast or Famine. Their laners played extremely well. I think Ishan maybe kind of got a little greedy on a couple trades with Frozen, but Lizzo played extremely well. Bongo played extremely well, and Neos played extremely well. I think Phoenix played. He did exactly what he needed to do to win this game. But the rest of that game kind of fell on the solo laners, just picking it up and just absolutely demolishing the other solo laners. Here we were thinking, I think, going into the game, we were talking about how balanced the drafts were across the board, and then absolutely gets flipped on its head when the laners just absolutely start gapping everybody. So
I mean, when it comes to an even draft, the moment one side gets a lead, it's just such a hard comeback, to be honest. You don't want to be giving a leads when you have such an even draft, because that gets volatile really fast.
it definitely swung really fast. once that early game started rolling. Even when they tried to come back and make some plays, I know Witch tried to make some plays. I think he should have been a little bit more, just pull the trigger immediately and just go onto Bongo. There's a couple spots where he actually did get onto Bongo and got those kills, but definitely left a lot of gold on the table. I think that maybe Waffles get their head in the game here. They didn't seem like they were on the same page really at all in a lot of those ganks in a lot of scenarios. They were just like all doing different things, and in the end kind of costing them a lot of golden kills and tossing their kills out the window as well. So hopefully they get a little bit more cleaned up in this next game. Maybe put Witch onto something that if they're just going to turn into, just laning, it would just get them on some type of scaling jungler. Maybe, I don't know if Fiddlesticks was banned. I'm pretty sure it was.
It was
Fiddlesticks
banned, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
was it banned
guaranteed
first
ban.
phase?
Yeah,
Yep,
and
it's been
that's
banned.
Yeah, he
one
got one
thing.
game on the Fiddlesticks.
Yeah,
and that
and
was
I mean
it.
that's one thing that I think can give the Waffles a good advantage going forward in the series if they can put up performances on other champions that force Feast or Famine to respect those more than kind of the comfort picks that we know the Waffles players for, like that Fiddlesticks. If they can do something to deter Feast or Famine from banning those, and they can kind of get onto their comfort picks because they had pop-off performances on kind of the more meta champions. But with performances like that in game one, I don't think Feast or Famine has any inclination to change their bans whatsoever.
Yeah, in terms of what Valve have to do, did it say anything like in the draft or in terms of playstyles? They gotta respect Feast or Famine a lot more. They have to respect the fact that they just took really bad backs in the ball lane. They took a lot of disrespect. You should probably buy items level 1 on Jax, but
Yeah, that's maybe that's the takeaway performance they need is everyone checking their teammates' items, make sure they buy items level 1. But with that, we're going to throw it to a quick intermission, and when we come back, we'll see if Waffles can bounce back in game 2 of our series. And we are back for the start of Game 2 between Waffles and Feast or Famine. Waffles elect to stay on blue side. And I expect we'll probably see very similar. We'll see if Waffles change up any bans, but I don't expect Feast or Famine to. As the Caitlyn and Anivia both come out, respectively. Let's see here what Waffles decide they want to do here.
Yeah, it
ahead.
has to be the same 3 bands, I believe, because Feast or Famine just looked really good from last time around. Yeah, we're seeing all similar bands so far in the first 4 picks. I don't think much is going to change between the bands. I just think they just have to play a different draft.
Yeah. I wonder if Waffles put... I hope they change their priority up a bit and we're not first picking this Heck Room. And that's what I was thinking, is just take the Mordekaiser away. It's one thing that you can't really afford to ban, and they kind of ran over the game and give coin flips that side of whatever matchup Lizzo plays. But we are going to be giving over that Varus once again to Obongo. And the set is going to come in as Lizzo's answer to the Mordekaiser. So that's
Lizzo said it's probably like the most comfort pick that he has into the Mordekaiser. He's just looking to try and brawl it out into the Dust realm. See how well they're able to do it. Can you cancel Mordekaiser ult with set ult?
No, you cannot.
Yeah, okay.
No,
That's
okay.
my inclination was no, but yeah.
No, you just kind of ult him into the side wall, and you just kind of stop and just go straight to the ground.
I've seen weirder interactions, so I wasn't going to say anything, but we get the Jarvan Seraphine combo, so a lot of the clear engage and follow-up from the Waffles, like, a little bit better than what they had last game. But there's also now a Silas on Feast or Famines for Ishan to has some pretty good ults to steal so far. As I expect some mid lane bans to come out here to target onto Frozen.
Yeah, honestly respect Ishan for blind picking his mid. You don't generally see that, especially when you have red side, but Ishan just feels really comfortable, especially on such a power pick like Silas. You have 2 good ultis so far, and an arena that you can take someone into. So it's gonna be really hard to already fight against Silas without threat of dive on the backline. But I guess we'll see how they'll counterpick it.
It is interesting though, and I feel like Frozen is gonna lock in a Cassio here. It's something he's shown he likes to play throughout the season, and it's just a really good matchup into the Silas, as he can't really use that Kingslayer at the end of trades to kind of sustain back up and keep the fight going, because you just have so much consistent damage, and you match his tankiness. You buy, a lot of the tanky items with the Rod and the Seraphs, so you can kind of just stand your ground and fight him, and there's not a lot that Silas can do about it if he doesn't get ahead early. And I expect that's probably going to be Frozen's answer, but that will, limit his individual agency that Void wanted to really see out of him.
Yeah,
So
Feast of Famine are just taking a lot of strong picks as the Wukong gets locked in. Wukong is a very early game gank heavy champion that brings a good team fighting ulti to the late game. So I really like that pick and see how well that Phoenix is able to utilize the early game snowballing of Wukong. As we actually get Syndra coming in from Frozen. I'm actually surprised about that one.
I'm definitely surprised by that pick. So far, they had already locked in 3 melee champions, so you weren't going to be outranged as Cassio. And I feel like the Syndra is going to have more, either the same or worse problems navigating team fights, but just not being as durable as the Cassio, because this Wukong can, once he gets his Divine Sunder, can really just take over a game and just pretty much 1v1 anyone. And the Syndra kind of just leaves you exposed to, these Wukong ganks.
Yeah, if I'm Feast of Famine, I just lock in like maybe a range support like Swain. Yes, excellent. Exactly what was predicted.
And
I'm not too sure about the Swain Varus combo, but I've definitely seen it before.
Definitely not my first inclination for a range support to pair up with the Varus, but it does give Neos, a little bit of agency, and he can be, another one of those meatballs to just stand in front of this Varus and just run straight at the Waffles, because now they have 4 of them. And I mean, we'll have to see, but I feel like the Syndra is gonna have issues finding a target. Because you have to wait out the Wukong, his clone, just to make sure he can always use that to try and buy a lot of space. The set is going to have a lot of fake HP with his Haymaker to stop you from bursting him down. And the Silas can be burst down, but if you can't actually finish him off, he does just have that Haymaker or the Kingslayer to heal back up. Plus, he'll probably have Zonia's to buy time for another round of CDs. So
Waffles has a lot of good team fighting ultis, like the Seraphine ult, the Jarvan ult. That's a good combo, a good pick with Ashe. But in team fights, they're severely lacking the damage, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that the mid game, is where they're going to struggle in these team fights. Just these big bruising melee champions hit their 1-2 item power spikes. And Waffles, if they don't find really clean, perfect engages, might have trouble breaking through that. But if they scale up, in a relatively even game into, 4 or 5 items, I definitely think they're going to just inherently have the damage they need to punch through these like pseudo tanks on Feast or Famine. So I think Feast or Famine, just like last game, it's kind of the onus on them is to find that early lead. Doesn't necessarily have to be like at the start of the game, but in that 1-2 item power spikes on these champions, really find a lead and blow open the game. And then, close it out there and not let the Waffles sit back and scale up to the 4 or 5 item point.
All right, so just based off the draft, who do you believe will win this game?
Just based off the individual performance from the Waffles in the last game, I feel like you just have to give the edge to Feast or Famine. They have a really easy to execute comp in the early game, and they just have to lane diff or player diff the enemy team, which the top and bot lanes both individually did. And once again, Frozen's not really on a big roaming heavy impact champion that he can kind of help out his side lanes. He might get a lead in his lane or go even or whatnot like he did last game. But it's going to be hard for him to have impact in his side lanes early on, and I think the Feast of Famine probably just snowball off of the top and bot lane and just take over the game.
Yeah, I personally think Feast of Famine definitely have the easier comp to execute, especially with Silence has so many good utility options with the Seraphine ult, an Ashe ult to pick someone, or just a Jarvan ult to lock someone down. I'm gonna give it over to the Feast of Famine for the draft, but for now, I think we'll head it over to intermission as we wait for the game delay.
And we are back for the start of Game 2 between Waffles and Feast or Famine. Feast or Famine up 1-0 in the series so far as we get a bit of love taps going on. Wukong has to run away a bit, but hopefully Coin Flip doesn't walk too far forward.
Look, you get first strike value and you get mana flow ban from the Syndra.
Just surrender. It's over.
Oh, there's the wait. Does it get back up? I actually don't know.
Nah, mana flow definitely wasn't enough at that point.
No, I'm talking about first strike.
I don't think so.
I don't know the timer on first
It
strike.
shouldn't have been back up. Yeah, see,
Okay.
it's up now. So
Okay, don't worry. Jarvan really likes to start red chink. Someone auto that.
okay, we're
Share the
given.
gold. Share the gold.
And there we go. We get some early experience going on. Nisashi making sure nothing's happening at their red buff, and we'll see. Frozen. He's gonna hit level 2 on the first wave.
Good, yeah.
We'll see if he can do anything with it.
And we have
Probably not,
items from
though.
Death Coin Flip. Let's go.
Coinflip has opted into buying items at level 1. That's quite the improvement from last game. Let's see if it.
And I think it was just a Jax specific strategy. So
Yeah,
if he's not playing Jax, it wouldn't apply.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
Okay, true. You can't really buy a Sheen on Mordekaiser. I mean, I guess you can, but not the most optimal item.
Yeah, but we're definitely looking at Def Coin Flip and Arctic and Nisashi to play a bit better than they did in the early lane over game 1. And we'll have to see how well they can execute, but already a 100 gold lead going over to Waffles, so if we extrapolate that, it's just game over now. But Lizzo is just heavily trading in onto Coin Flip here, who is now down to a quarter HP. So big trade coming in here. Frozen looking to trade back. The stun is going to land, so we'll be able to equalize this trade out. Both mid laners down to half HP, and Jarvan is in the area. So that might look forward angle here. He's still waiting. If Silas dashes in aggressively, this could just be at least a flash burn.
Sashi? Oh,
Oh, it's fine.
that was
That's
definitely
just-
not.
There's a
not
flash
flash.
burn coming in from the Jarvan gang, so we already know where that's going as.
There we go. Just some early pressure in the mid lane. Forcing out that Silas flash early is going to be really helpful for the pressure, but Arctic actually got pulled back, and now he's taking a big chunk of health. That arrow does land, and now he's down to a quarter HP, having to start chug those potions. He did start longsword and
is this gonna be a
refillable.
repeat? No, please. Okay. No, it's fine.
They do not get canceled on their base here, and now
Actually,
Which-
Nisashi canceled his own base as he's not
he's
get
gonna have
flanked
to
with Wukong.
he's gonna have to flash here, I think, as Wukong going in. The flash comes out from Neos, and he will flash away. Now we're looking for a 3-man play onto Lizzo. He still has flash, still has that haymaker. The stun goes wide, but
Oh, what the
he just gets taken out by Coin Flip, maybe trying to predict some sort of flashing first, but the Q does land, and that will secure the kill.
Yeah, a good early roam coming into Frozen. He knows that there's a big wave stacked underneath Ishan's tower, so it just gives him a lot of time. I guess it wasn't really called out but Lizzo does have to blow the TP. We'll probably see a trade of TPs, and I guess we'll see if the top side of Waffles is going to be the power point for them this time around.
Definitely see giving those early resources over to this Mordekaiser. Was able to, spend a bit of money there, buying some health and some AP. We'll see, if he can start getting the better of these trades with Set, It looked rough the first couple levels, but he was able to even it out just a bit. As Obongo's getting pretty chunked down here, but Phoenix is going to be here to cover, and Nisashi's low on mana, but Neos is just getting chunked out so much. He has no flash, but they lose vision of him in the bush. So Arctic flashes forward to try and secure the kill, but now he might go down. Just needs a little bit more damage, but they can't
too
find
much.
it. The Ghost is able to kite it out, and that's a 2v2 kill in the bot lane, and a great turnaround from what we saw in game 1.
Yeah, small thing is that Arctic
Oh,
could've-
Ashans is in trouble. This Flag and Drag lands, and now Frozen just needs to find the stun, but it's not even going to be needed, as the Jarvan's going to secure the kill with the auto attacks. And just great timing by Witch being there right as Ashan, dives in aggressively.
Yeah, we were saying that Feast or Famine these one or two item spikes, but it seems like Waffles are just taking that really early fights, which is really surprising. You don't really expect this out of this kind of draft.
Wish is making moves this game. He's making trips. Yielding way more better benefits in the Hecarim early game from the last time.
Yeah, definitely has that early game agency. You know, he's not feeling pressured to, have to farm up like he was on the Hecarim. Lizzo's looking to take a trade, but if he doesn't land this Haymaker, it's going to go really bad for him. He evens out a bit, but not able to find the big damage. And now Coin Flip just ults him. He just needs to land a couple spells, and Lizzo will go down. Lizzo still has the flash, but he's not. He flashes the auto attack.
No.
It goes down anyway. And the coin landed on heads this game.
All 500 gold coins from Jax's level 1 came into this game.
Bro, sandbagging. The extra early start.
Coin Flip just wanted to make the series interesting by giving them the first game, apparently.
But Jax is scaling into this game.
That's a huge lead now for this Mordekaiser. Lizzo's gonna miss all this XP, so still not hitting 6. There might be a fight for the Scuttle Crab here, but Witch was able to secure it. See if they look to continue this fight, but should just back off here.
Yeah. Obongo and Neos were a little far behind that play. They couldn't join if they wanted to opt into that skirmish.
And we have to pay attention to Arctic as he's about to, hit over to 6 here shortly. Neos has no flash. And once Arctic hits 6, he's definitely going to have to play very respectfully to not just immediately get ulted on top of it and taken out.
Yeah, this game around, they do have a few more options you could try and get onto the Varus. There's Cinder Stun to stun him. There's Jarvan ult just gonna constantly try Cataclysm him. So many words, so many big words. So it's gonna be a lot harder to pull off this lethality Varus as it was last game. We'll see how much dive potential that Waffles has in the end here.
Oh, Arctic gets pulled back and takes a rough start of the trade, but they just turn it right back around onto Bongo, evening it out and winning the trade overall there. But now the Wukong is coming down for this gank. He's not quite level 6, so doesn't have that ult. As Jarvan's coming down to match, we might find a bit of a skirmish here, but it's like Jarvan might be starting up this dragon instead. And we might get a bit of a skirmish here, but everyone just sees each other and walks away.
Yeah, this ball lane, the Ashe does have the level 6 before their ball lane, so we'll see if Arctic is going to try to do any cross-map plays, or if he's going to try to save it for lane to try and dominate this lane even more.
At the very least, could definitely try and throw it out early to try and get the cleanse out from Varus so that by the time Seraphine's hit 6. But now, Sean goes straight in, but Witch is here once again, forces the flash, but the Cataclysm immediately follows up. He uses the Cataclysm on Frozen to try and get the kill, but it's not enough, and now Phoenix isn't 6, so he can't follow up and secure the kill himself.
He's not flashing anymore, he doesn't
now
have
with
anything.
no flash, he's gonna go down, and that's a double kill over, but now Arctic's in a bit of trouble. He uses the ult in return, but doesn't have cleanse, so he's just gonna get taken down. As now Nasashi is going to have to retreat here. There shouldn't be damage to threaten him out. But a trade for ult happened from the 80 carries, but you saw the cleanse just so much value for Obongo there, canceling out the CC.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that Arctic didn't run cleanse this game, he ran cleanse last game. He's on 2 separate mobile 80 carries, so...
Oh, is Lizzo's looking to extend this trade here? He doesn't have anything stacked up for the Haymaker, but he will shortly here. The pullback comes in, he's going to secure 1 kill on the Mordekaiser, but we'll see if Witch can secure this, and he should be able to. So a trade for kills back and forth in the top lane. The Jarvan is going to pick up another kill. Now 4-0 on this pick, and it's going to be a huge power spike for these early initiations, getting that Gore Drinker early on.
Bloodbath around this freaking map. Oh my word. We can really keep up with the 3 lanes all going to hell at once. My goodness.
Both objectives are up now though, so we'll see which one each team prioritizes. I feel like getting an early Dragon Star would be more beneficial. Well, but...
It's an Ocean Drake. Maybe not that one. Maybe the Herald this time, but... The Ocean Drake is quite nerfed at this point. Not too much value inherently having one.
Yeah, but Dragon Stacking is always nice, especially since
never a bad
you
choice.
try to get for the Soul.
Hey, at least as Waffles, you know that the Team Beef Boys aren't getting an Ocean Soul this game, no matter what happens with the Dragons, so there's at least that positive. But I would like to see them try and capitalize on Obongo not having cleanse here. They have the Ashe ult back up, they can combo with the Seraphine ult, Jarvan can come down as well. and see if they can really start punishing this bot lane and not let Obongo be this big source of power that Feast or Famine is going to need.
Yeah, this is such a rough spot. You have to try and fight them to get this wave state out, because it looks like Bongo is managing the wave pretty well. It's just gonna be frozen here for a while, trying to stack up, making Arctic lose a few here and there.
Yeah, Jarvan is already down here, and Wukong is shadowing as well. So we'll see if this turns into nothing or an explosive 3v3. As Obongo's gonna have to be quick on that flash, but the arrow misses and actually hits onto Wukong, so they see that he's there, but now Witch is pulled back into the middle of everything. The huge Seraphine note comes out, but the chain connects onto the Seraphine as well. Now Arctic was trapped in the Cataclysm, has to burn the flash, but the double pullback from Neos, and they're gonna get completely wiped here. There's a double kill going over to Phoenix and a great counter gank coming out by the Wukong.
Heartbreaker for Waffles here.
The replay looks to be a bit broken there, so we won't see a rerun, but you can walk us through, what kind of transpired there.
Yeah, Witch was just a little too far up. Seraphine did hit everybody, but Arc was not in position to hit. And of course, the Wukong ult playing clutch to just turn that fight back in Feast or Famine's favor. That's the relook, but then
Yeah, I think Arctic mispositioned there, because after he threw the ulti, he immediately backed off as soon as all the CC hit, so no return damage is actually coming in. I feel like that was fine, and they could have bursted people down, but just not having the return damage during the CC and letting the enemy fight back during all of it, it's just not a good look to fight in the end.
A bit of that miscommunication that we did end up seeing in game one between the bot lane and junglers. Hopefully it doesn't reoccur too much here, but now Arctic barely outranges that pullback, but it's gotta be in trouble here. Obongo almost has his ult back up, and it is now available.
That was real greedy, but he's going to get the lane control of some of that.
But in the top side, Lizzo could be in trouble here as Jarvan's going to go straight over the wall, just pull the Cataclysm to force the flash from Lizzo. He's going to get completely chunked out, and they could just funnel this gold straight into Mordekaiser's pocket with this Herald, or they might, save it to try and give it to their mid lane instead. But Coinflip's got to be a bit careful here. He doesn't have ult, and now is in a 1v2 here. See if he can end up surviving, but he just gets ulted back under turret. The Haymaker comes out to make sure Lizzo doesn't go down. And another kill secured by this Wukong. And Sandra's not even able to get in range to get money from that Herald, so it all goes over to Jarvan.
Yeah, it's going to be really up to Wichita to try and snowball. He's been getting funneled a lot of this gold, but giving that shutdown down to Fallen is already looking like a rough start. As
the cleanse comes out from Bongo as now Jarvan is looking. He doesn't have ult, but he does have flash to see if he can maybe just force out a trade. But instead, everyone's just going to go back off. It's just going to be the cleanse down for Bongo there, as the Ashe ult was enough to force that, but no follow-up engage could be found.
Yeah, I do like Nasashi holding on to the Seraphine ult as well, because cleanse does give a bit of tenacity, so it wouldn't have been that long as a gank coming in.
Just sidestep the chains, and he should be safe here, but he's walking aggressively, looking to just execute a shot in face of Wukong. Knows he doesn't have ult, so he's not really in threat of dying once those chains miss.
Yeah, Silas did opt for the Rod of Ages, so he won't be scaling as much, especially this early on. So you'll have to wait for a while for him to even be near Syndra's power right now. The Syndra was able to get a kill, a lot of assists. He has a lot of gold funnel underneath her, so it's puts the Shan in a really awkward place to actually try and fight that.
And definitely, we'll have to see if he can, carry this forward here. We have seen him get up to top lane once in that early roam. This bot lane definitely looking like they're going to need some more assistance coming down. Witch has been down here a couple times, but that one good timing from Phoenix kind of nullified any advantage they did have. And they might just need some extra firepower roaming down here as this next dragon is going to spawn in a minute and a half. Look to make a play in bot side and secure that dragon, as this poke is really hurting.
Yeah, again, I would...
timer.
I would really want I would really want Frozen to try and move to the bot side. There's so many good opportunities in bot as
Oh, Cornflip's walking into this fight again. He does have his ult, so we'll see if he can use that to get himself to safety. But for now, he's just fighting it out. He's going to flash over, but no, the Jarvan's going straight back in. Cornflip needs to get back in there to help his team out. He finally takes the blast cone to get back in, and now the TP's coming in from Syndra, looking to flash in onto this Wukong, but the Wukong flashes out instead. So nothing gained from the TP, but did save his teammates. As now they might look for a dive here.
Behind right now.
Definitely need to pay attention to where this Silas is, but the Wukong just gets immediately blown up by Jarvan, and now Ishan's in a bit of trouble here. He's just going to get blown up by the Syndra. All this enough to finish him off. And that's just 3 kills going over to the Waffles in this top side. And kind of throwing back any lead they've managed to regain back in favor of the Waffles.
Yeah, the beginning of the fight looked really funny as I think the top lane and jungler were the Waffles were on 2 different pages, but Frozen teleporting there, getting the really early rotate onto that fight really turned things around for them.
And I think Frozen's going to get this mid turret as well. It's already really low from that Herald, and he's going to secure that as well. So that's that 2 turrets going down, the first tower gold and the mid lane going down as well. They're opening up a pretty substantial gold lead here, about a little under 4,500 here at 17 minutes, and really their objective now coming into these next fights is where's the Wukong and where's the Varus? Because those are kind of the only members of Feast or Famine that are really threatening right now, as are trying to set a bit of a trap, but they're completely spotted out on a ward.
Yeah, we'll see if Waffles actually can converge here if they rotate down, but I don't think I think they're pretty comfortable. They don't really have to force anything on the bot side. As hard winning as the top side is, all you really have to do is farm and be like the support the bot lane that they have drafted.
Yes. Ashan's just walking straight back into the Jarvan. He's going to be able to buffer himself out and get out of the Cataclysm, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He's going to go down, and now they're going to get out before the 3-man rotate comes out. And they've just wasted so much time of these 3 members over the past, 30 seconds, just sitting in that bush waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, instead of going for Dragon, the Wichita just went for the enemy jungler. He prioritizes farming over the Dragon objective. So I'm not sure.
I do think Raptors give more gold than Dragon, to be fair. So I think that's a worthwhile trade.
So that will be a second Dragon going over to Feast or Famine. As Neos is looking to force something, he finds the pull back and he pops the ult immediately. The exhaust comes in onto Arctic, who flashes away from the Varus ult. Now Nasashi is getting low, and the ult, or the piercing arrow just executes him, as now Arctic is getting really low. The shield bow pops, and he's just going to turn it back around, trading 1 for 1. And he does get the shutdown onto Obongo, so at least he trades that one back. But Nasashi really gritty with those summoners, not using either or the ult and just going down.
Yeah, you have to be really careful. Varus does have the burst damage to the Dust Blade now, and it's just... It's a lot of high burst damage, especially with a squishy support such as Seraphim. You're gonna have to... You have to blow something there.
Yeah, you saw how much damage Archer was doing. If he just had a little more time of heal, I think he actually has a good chance of just bursting both of them for a clean 2-0. But
this is one of those moments where you have to trust your AD carry just to be able to follow up with you. You just don't take that.
Alright, well, the second Herald of the game does go over to Waffles during that, trade, so see if they can use that to crack maybe one of these tier 2 turrets or just clean up this last outer turret. But Phoenix is actually pretty deep right now, but doesn't look like anyone's collapsing on him just yet. But now staying for the red buff could be a bit risky here, as they know he's here now, but he's just going to be able to get the blast cone and get himself to safety. So good red buff steal coming out of Phoenix to claw a little bit of gold back for himself. But this top side of the map, especially the Jarvan, is just a huge pain point for Feast or Famine, right now. And they're really going to have to, stall it out a bit to let this Jarvan kind of fall off, who's way ahead of the curve. Already has 2 completed items as well as the Syndra.
Yeah, if I'm Waffles now, you're in a pretty good spot to just start looking for these posts, start pushing these fights. They have so many strong members in their jungle and top mid, and you already know that the Ashe is strong enough to fight the Varus, considering that the Varus went more of a poke comp instead of the on-head comp that I probably would have preferred in this game.
Yeah, this game, their system damage is a little lacking, especially with Ishan as far behind as he is. You can just jump in their face, and they don't have too much instant retaliation to keep the DPS up. It'll be quite hard to stay in team fights for the Feast Famine here.
One thing I would like to see the Waffles kind of leverage more is this Ash Arrow. They're really sitting on it for a really long time. Mostly it's just been coming out defensively. And I think they can just use this more aggressively. Look for picks. Really, anytime Jarvan is around someone, just throw the ult out, see what you can get from it. Maybe you burn a flash. Maybe nothing happens, but it's not such a short cooldown anyway. But I think you can do a lot to try and snowball this gold lead just by throwing it out whenever, you know, one of your fed members like this Jarvan is in range to follow up.
Yeah, even in ball lane, you can just burst out the Swain. He doesn't really have any defensive stats other than the scaling health that he has. So it's really easy to kill Niels without all the items that he currently has. I would really like to see some sort of play happening with the Ashe ult at some point.
Yeah, for now it looks like they're just content on farming mid waves here as Arctic actually gets pulled back and he actually gets ulted by Obongo. He throws out his ult for safety. Wichita's not going to decide to go into that 3v1. And will end up being trade of ults, but Arctic, shield bow popped once again. He's just getting poked out and really harassed anytime he tries to sit under turret and farm. And now Nastashi has to be careful. He's going to get jumped on by this Wukong. Burns the flash to not go down. But the Seraphine without flash can be a very easy target for this upcoming Drake fight in 50 seconds.
This is really tilting because Waffles has so many they just need a trigger finger. That's all I'm asking for.
At the very least, they are here about, you know, the 50 seconds now, down 30 seconds before this dragon spawns, at least dropping some vision control down. They might look to get a pick onto Ishan, who's pushing out a bit aggressively here, now in this 3v1. I don't think he has a chance of survival. The stun does go wide, but they're actually committing the Seraphine ult as Ishan flashes it, but the Cataclysm comes out and the Syndra ult. Committing 3 ults to secure that. We'll see if it comes back to bite them in this dragon fight, or if Feast of Famine will just give it up, not wanting to take the numbers disadvantage. Wukong doesn't have an ult either, so that is a big power point that they are missing.
Yeah, but the Ashe ult is so...
Oh, the stun lands on to Swain, and he just gets burst out. He barely survives. And now the Wukong is in the backline trying to find some damage, but he just can't find the right target without the ult. Going in on the Arctic, he finally gets sniped down by the piercing arrow. As now Witch has to run for his life. The flash and cleanse comes out from Obongo. At the same time, the top laners are having a bit of a skirmish here as Lizzo's just looking to take this blast cone. And Coin Flip flashes into the wall, and that's going to be the end of that trade. Now Frozen is really aggressively in here, but Phoenix has his ult right back up, and now he should just be able to take down Frozen here with the help of the piercing arrow. And Frozen just way too aggressive. As now Feast or Famine have the option to fight for this dragon. Lizzo has TP, and Ishan is back. I think they just get this dragon. As Ishan goes over the wall here, he takes his Seraphine ult, uses it, lands it, but Witch at least steals the dragon. But they're both going to go down, and this could be a Baron angle if they do. The Jarvan should have his EQ up here shortly and might just be able to get his way out. But he goes right back in. As finally that piercing arrow comes out, he needs just a little bit more damage. Ishan goes in, but he just can't quite find it. As the Jarvan will end up living. We'll see if Feast or Famine decide to turn towards this Baron, but it doesn't look like they have interest in doing so. End up being a very extended, scrappy fight, but Waffles are able to at least get the dragon to stop the sack.
So many close calls in that one, my goodness.
Yeah, Bongo living there was, again, a running theme between these two games. Bongo living has turned the fight so into their favor that they're able to get a lot of shutdown gold. They're able to get... They have to play around Bongo at this point because it's just... He's so strong right now. He has 5 kills, he has 3 items, and he can basically burst anyone that he wants, considering that there isn't any armor being built right now.
One good Q on Frozen takes him out of any team fight at this point. It's a 3-item Varus. That's quite annoying.
Coin Flip is in a bit of trouble, but he just turns around and ults the Wukong, trying to take this fight instead. He comes out of the ult, and now he's going to get ulted away by the set. His teammates just aren't close enough, and he's going to go down. Now that's top laner going down. No, and Nasashi gets hooked. And now he's going to go down as well. And we'll see if this is enough to pull the trigger on Baron, but it's not going to be, as Wukong is looking to reset here, not wanting to overly force that. Just take the kills and the money. And make sure they're not falling too far behind in the game. But now they posturing around this Baron. I think they're going to go ahead and start this one up.
No port on Death Point Flip. The turn angle is not very reliable.
Yeah, Frozen's looking for a possible TP. I think they're just gonna give this. They have to give this, right?
Yeah, they're just gonna give this up, and what once was a pretty substantial gold lead is now less than 1,000 gold. You just gave the enemy team Baron buff as well, and the Waffles are really losing control of this game, and they just need to figure out how to stabilize and, you know, stop getting the, you know, picked off in these 1v3 situations. Because, I mean, the big issue with that last Dragon fight was how much they committed to kill this Silas. Maybe one ult they can, you know, commit. But the Seraphine and the Syndra ult coming out for that fight was just a huge overcommit that just left them really lacking in power. As the Sausage just gets cornered and has to flash, but he might just go down anyway. Obongo just has the ult once again. And that's going to be another dead Seraphine. And Musashi is not having the greatest game in terms of his positioning here. That's another death on the board, and this Baron buff should do a lot of damage now.
That should be base cracked.
Yeah, Nasashi should be running a blue trinket. There's just not enough vision. He should be warding jungle entrances. He should be warding. You can see the wards.
Frozen just gets jumped on after he misses the stun. Phoenix goes straight in, and they almost take him out. Phoenix is able to survive as Frozen threw the ult at him, but huge chunk and another important flash on the carries.
Yeah, as strong as Frozen is, he's also been missing a lot of these crucial stuns. He's been trying to look for a lot of these. Do they just ult each other inside death?
No, Lizzo has not, or Ishan rather, yeah. I think they both just ulted each other, but Ishan is on the bad end of this trade, and he's gonna go down. As now the Swain goes down in this mid lane, but Witch gets shut down, and that's a huge shutdown going over to this Wukong, and Bongo is still just free hitting, poking everyone out.
Every single fight I've seen, Bongo has just been able to free hit. He's barely chunked out. He's able to burst people down, and you can see that Jarvan with no armor, only magic resist, just gets insta.
And that's once again where we saw a fight break out and continue, and Ashe still has the ult. They didn't even look for some sort of re-engage or at least force something with that Ashe arrow. They're really just, Arctic seems to just be sitting on it and only using it to peel for himself. When I really think they just need to be more aggressive with it and look for opportunities, because with how much they're losing control of this game, they need to find good picks to at least set up vision. Because like you said, Seraphine can't just walk in and get vision anymore. It's extremely dangerous, and without a huge coordinated effort from the team, they're going to really struggle to have any sort of vision control coming into this next Dragon.
Yeah, it also needs to be attached at the hip to Witch at this point. The vision, the pick potential is just too high. Cannot be slipping this late in the game for positioning. Every time they're getting a huge objective for it.
All right, the Dragon has spawned, and we're getting some posturing here. Obongo is a little bit separated in this bot lane, as Witch is separated in the top side, but he's going to be able to get out. We'll see if they try and make a play on Obongo. The arrow goes slightly wide as Obongo's able to get out, but he's still in an awkward position, can't really commit from this angle, but will be able to get himself back around to his team, and we're going to break out into at least the most front-to-back straightforward team fight we've seen so far. Both junglers looking to find a bit of flank here, but
I don't like Waffles' position. They keep running into this choke point as
against the poke bars.
As Feast or Famine just has a lot of breathing room to just have a poke Varus
They're
right
gonna
now.
see it. They're gonna see the dragon.
yeah, I think it looks like they're just going to give this one up. Nasashi is recalling here, deciding they don't have an angle to force this fight. Just looking to scale, maybe try and get a third item completed on this Ashe, or the Void Staff completed on Frozen before taking fight. We'll see if they can get there in the next 5 minutes. They should be able to, unless they, you know, get caught out a couple more times and just lose full control of the game.
Actually, the only item I really actually want to see right now is just an Atmos. If you have an Atmos on Bongo, that's the...
Frozen walking super far forward. He just get hit by the Chain of Corruption and taken down. And I'm just not sure what the Waffles are thinking here.
The only
Just-
threat that you have is Bongo. You should be saving any ulti for Bongo.
You have to land the CC on Bongo, force his cleanse and flash out so that the next fight you can find him, but the ult comes out from Ashan, forcing the flash out of Arctic, and Bongo's just peppering them with all this poke.
You gotta
Another
leave.
one lands.
You gotta
and
leave, dog.
the shield bow is now gone. They can't hold this anymore. Trying their best, but this is going to be a free inhibitor going over to
The sniper doesn't miss, man.
He has his ult back up again. You have to respect this Varus, who is level 15 now. He also has a QSS. We haven't caught that yet, so he does have an extra cleanse. It's going to be really hard to get on top of him.
Oh.
That's going to be at least one cleanse forced out.
It's your time to fight. They haven't backed in their gold.
Yeah, you have to try and force something, at least.
Waves aren't crashing yet, and they haven't backed in gold. This is your best opportunity to fight.
Another thing I haven't really seen also is the Seraphine ulti being on an ally to extend the range. Like, everyone is afraid that they'll just get bursted down, but you're in a desperation play right now. They're so far behind in power. This is like the most ideal time to fight.
And they're just still posturing aggressively, but they just can't find this damage or the CC onto the important members. And they just keep getting peppered with these Varus Qs, just losing all their HP. They're going to lose some more here. And even the tankier members of the team still get chunked out by that. As now
Always crashing. They got to respond soon.
The pushback is happening here. Witch actually gets caught out. He gets pulled out of the Flag of Dragon. Lizzo, huge ult coming in. The Wukong is in the middle of it. And it's just a complete wipe. 4 for nothing as Frozen's running for his life. But it's not going to be enough as Ishan finds the chains. It's a clean ace and will be the end of the game as Feast or Famine claw back a huge deficit and take game 2.
Amazing. 4-2. Oh my goodness. I thought it was definitely a game 3 angle. A 1-1 head-to-head, but
it's a 5-game series. Sorry, don't count them out yet.
I suppose not. They have some fight in them. They're not going down. They're not going down for a fight at least. Well, Waffles is showing signs of life, but just can't convert the early game lead to anything substantial.
Yeah, if there's one advice I have, it's just grow some balls.
Yeah, being way too conservative with all the tools you have. It was a little disheartening. Ugh.
Such a strong power. You saw even like in 2v2 fights, you were able to trade, and they should recognize that they're powerful enough. But they just let the Feast of Famine run them over, and
you have the lower cooldowns. Yeah,
it got to the point where Bongo just kept. They were able to protect Bongo. That was really well played by Feast of Famine.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate for the Waffles. You know, maybe in the next draft they can find some adaptations to maybe give them a little bit more cohesion. But I really just think it comes down to this mid-game team play and identifying their options, because it's not like they lacked the engage tools. Like you said, I mean, they had the Ash Arrow, they have the super fed Jarvan, they have Center to fish for stuns, and they just couldn't get anything going and constantly getting caught out of position. But with that, we're going to throw it to a quick break while the teams regroup, and when we come back, we'll see if Feast or Famine can take the clean 3-0 or if Waffles will finally get a win on the board. And we are back for what could be the final game of our series between Feast or Famine and Waffles. Waffles once again electing to stay on blue side, thinking that that's where they have their, most comfort in drafting. I think correctly identifying that it's not the draft that's been causing them issues.
Yeah, I personally just think it's just pure execution as if anything, they try and switch out a ban for the Bears, possibly, but I don't really see a problem in their early game play. It's just they gotta clean things up a bit.
Yeah, we were talking in the break, and I think you just drop the Yon ban for the Varus ban, and they decide they're not going to do that. But I mean,
nah, they don't want to listen to us.
If you're frozen and you're identified as this is our win condition, I have to be better, then what's the problem with giving Ashan the Yon? But they're actually going to drop the Akali ban instead. So they're still picking up that Varus ban, but instead dropping the Akali instead of the Yon.
You have to know Akali's coming out here. I wonder if he'll still pick Mordekaiser given that. I don't know that matchup.
Yeah, I would assume you would. That's not really a matchup that Akali really like. I mean, Akali's not going to have good matchups in top lane. To be honest, but I mean, the Mordekaiser is definitely something that can easily fight the Akali pretty much at all stages.
Yeah,
so
but
definitely...
it is Lizzo's most signature champion as well. There's a lot of reasons why a lot of teams have been afraid to play against it, because Lizzo always highly performs on the champion.
Yeah,
we say that as the hover
as
set.
the set is covered.
Yeah, I mean, I think just correctly identifying that if we're first picking the Mordekaiser, we're not really worried about that Akali, and I think Lizzo is actually might just swap over to it any will, so he's going to take on the challenge.
Of it. Let's see it. All right.
Think he's going to have to play better than he did in game 2 if he's going to want this matchup to go better. But if he plays, more like game 1 and Coinflip makes those mistakes, Akali can just get ahead and just start, invalidating everyone else on the Waffles team. But if Coinflip doesn't make those early mistakes that he made in game 1, it could be a rough matchup here for Lizzo. But Witch, once again, getting that Jarvan who we found great success on. in that game 2 early game.
Yep. AD carry also opting for a low mobility AD carry, so the driving play should be bountiful in the bot lane, you would think. So it'll probably make some more return trips there on
An
this
early
game.
pick Victor coming in from Frozen. That leaves a lot of counter pick potential for Ishan, especially considering Ishan plays a lot of really aggressive things in general. So that might be a harder matchup for Frozen to actually take over the game this time around.
It's definitely it has a lot of that damage, but it just gets
Back
threatened
control.
by this all in. And between Akali and LeBlanc, it's gonna be difficult to play the Victor style champion. But if he gets ahead, he can definitely just destroy either of these champions in one rotation. So depends, if we see the early game of game 1 Ishan LeBlanc, or if we see the mid game of Ishan's LeBlanc from game 1, kind of dictate if this is a good or a bad thing.
Yeah, I do like banning some of these safer AD carries to pick into, just because it sort of eliminates a lot of escape options that Arctic has, especially since Feast or Famine have been abusing the enemy ball lane per se.
And they're actually putting focus onto Neos here, banning out the Thresh. And see what else they decide to go for. I think it's a little interesting focusing the support here and not taking on the champion like that Wukong.
Look, they saw the 100 Thieves, all the 100 Thieves games, and how they always take Jinx Thresh. Okay.
Yeah, but if they saw those, they would know that how you beat 100 Thieves is banning out the jungle. But they're gonna ban out 2 hook champions here. We'll have to see what Arctic decides to go with, because the Xayah has been taken away, or banned out, the Jinx taken away. See if he goes back onto something like this Ashe that he played last game, or if they have something a little different. The Kayn being hovered here.
And lacking a lot of engage right now in Feast or Famine. That is concerning.
They're
To say the
just
least.
looking to fight. I'm pretty sure that they're
That
feeling
is
really good about themselves right now.
that is an ego pick if I have
I
seen one.
Yeah.
if anything, I really want to see Waffles pick something more aggressive. Oh, a Zeri is interesting. Zeri Yumi?
Zeri
Oh.
Yumi coming
Also
out from
known-
Waffles.
My favorite cringe duo bot lane. Unironically very strong though. Never a bad pickup. These 2 champions paired together. A little exploitable early, but definitely not by a Jinx lane typically.
Yeah, I think the Waffles once again have a good just all-around draft. They have solid engage. They have 2 big backline carries. They have a Mordekaiser to disrupt. It's just going to be, purely on their execution. Because they have all the tools they need to find fights, engages, and actually win and carry out a lead to victory.
Yeah.
In this game. But
the game plan much easier for Waffles this game. Very easy, very standard. Feast or Famine, once again, not an engage, have R5, so they're just looking to skirmish into a team fight win after. They have little options of starting a fight. I would say almost no options of starting a fight besides playing reactively or getting a picks on the side.
yeah, I mean, it kind of just what this last game devolved into of how Feast or Famine came back was the little skirmishes breaking out and Feast or Famine just converging faster. And they have the champions who really prefer those, skirmishes. Akali, LeBlanc, Kayn. The only person who really wants the team fight is Jinx. But there's not really going to be any team fights to be had. It's either the assassins go in and kill everyone, or Jinx doesn't have a front line to, buy space and peel for her and just gets jumped on and killed. So I don't think
the Jinx is there for if one of these assassins fail their mark, and the Jinx is there to snipe them down. Okay, that's what I believe in.
Yeah, this could be a very, very quick game if Feast or Famine get a lead early on, because they just have all the tools to catch out straggling Waffles members, which we've seen in both games so far in the series, have a propensity to be in positions they shouldn't. But if the Waffles, just tighten up their execution and play as a team, I think they can win pretty much any team fight they find themselves in. But I think with that, we'll throw it to a quick break while we wait for a spectator to catch up, and we'll see if the Waffles can take a game or Feast or Famine will end it quickly in 3 games. And we are back for game 3 of Waffles versus Feast or Famine. Feast or Famine have the 2-0 lead and looking to close out the semifinal series and punch their ticket to the finals, as Frozen is just walking straight past the Kane as they exchange some damage, but no harm, no foul there, as Frozen will have to go back to base to regen a bit, but nothing too bad. But Musashi, trading some auto attacks, some gold being exchanged between the supports, as he actually started Pink Ward, as he decided he will never take damage because he's never detaching from Zeri.
Yeah, this game.
I mean, the Yumi's best friend right now is the Jarvan, and we'll see if Musashi will try to change best friends mid-game. I'm not sure.
I mean, is it just whoever you've helped the most? So he was just on Jarvan at the start, so he hasn't really done anything. So
look, at the last game, I'd be the Jarvan also.
Is just leaving Arctic 1v2. He's going to follow around Jarvan, stay at level 1 the whole game because he won't get XP from the jungle camps.
No, but I kind of want to look at attention on Lizzo. He's actually just going straight for lane, and so is Ishan here. They'd have 0 teleports on this team, so full aggression mode coming out of Feast or Famine. They're just looking to just end this game by 15 minutes, which, I mean, they honestly can with the late scaling comp that is set up here.
Oh, the Ignite and Exhaust coming out onto Bongo, but he just walks back away, but now Neos has to flash away. He almost goes down, but so does Arctic. There is no heal for the spot lane, and I think Arctic's going to have to base here. He's chugging through those pots now. He did start 3 pots, so we'll secure a bit of HP. So we get some more trading in mid lane, but trade heavily going in favor of Feast or Famine.
Yeah, the trade was pretty skewed, and I mean, you're always going to feel better when you get all of the damage on the AD carry versus the support, especially in a matchup where you need to be scaling, and you put the Zeri behind early in a lane where she's going to get shoved in. It's going to be really tough for her to get back into the lane if she has to reset and Jinx gets a lead. So you need to watch to see if maybe they get a little bit more poke down. Looks like she's healed all the way up, but she did burn everything, and Yumi also has nothing left. And Jinx opted for Biscuit, so it could take some more punishment here, maybe off of a short trade to get some more pressure in the bot lane.
Yeah, so just shoving this straight into turret, already applying pressure, trying to get those early turret plates. You can see the Yumi did a good job along with those potions of sustaining back up, and still has most of their mana, so shouldn't be too bad for them. They'll just kind of lose that aggressive potential they had with the Ignite and Exhaust. But Kane looking for a bit of invade here, but it's going to find that all the jungle camps have already been taken on this bot side. As the Jarvan's looking for something in top lane, but the wave pushed in, I'm not sure he's going to find anything. Looks for some damage, but not going to find anything. Then Kali just walks right away from that, and the jungle is just going to reset, and not too much is going to happen.
Canceling his recall there, probably not the greatest idea, just kind of limiting his time here. Although I don't believe we've seen a gank from Kane yet. Kane needs to start getting on this map to get orbs. Top lane would be pretty easy to gank at this point, especially with his top side coming up as well for the rotation down to bot. So he should get a pass here on the Mordekaiser, maybe get a quarter of his orbs or so, maybe a little more if they can actually kill him, but we need to see him getting onto the map at some point.
All right, what do you think? Is this Kane looking for a blue Kane or red Kane angle? He does have the Conqueror, but I'm not up to date on Kane builds. If that it still indicates the red Kane coming out, or if either or. But Lizzo's actually looking for an all-in here onto coin flip. Coin flip's going pretty low already. He's follows that back in, still has the ignite, like you said, hasn't dropped it just yet, but there he will. And the ignite plus Q are enough to take down the Mordekaiser. Didn't even burn the flash. And first blood over to the Akali.
Gotcha. A little disrespectful there from the Mordekaiser, staying a little low, knowing that Akali has ignite and just has that edge in pretty much every single fight. But back to the point where you're kind of talking about, you can go Conquer on both blue and or red Kane, but most of the time First Strike is more common on blue and Conquer is going to be more common on red. Now, considering he's the only like real melee champion in this game, I would assume that he's going to go into the red side or the red Kane and go a little bit beefier, so that he can kind of disrupt this backline. Because we all know Kane is annoying as hell when he gets onto your backline and just kind of causes havoc. And if he's red, he's a lot harder to kill. So you can create disjointed fights, which chaos is what this team wants you to be, part of. LeBlanc and Akali is just going to force you into not front and backs. They're going to force you into crazy situations that are going to be really tough to win. So I assume he goes red Kane here. Blue Kane could be just as annoying, but not nearly as good in my opinion. Not in this game.
I'm on the side of doubling down on Blue Kane, just having 3 assassins try to murder the living hell out of the enemy team.
I mean, they definitely can try, but I would think it'd be more beneficial to have a little bit more tank shred on that, like a Black Cleaver, Gore Drinker, or Death Dance. Like, you get a lot
Frozen's got to be in
shred.
trouble here. The chain's going to land, but Kane just wasn't quite in range, so... But Akali
gets canceled.
Cancels the ult, but it will be able to come out once he comes out of the Shroud, but the... Jarvan's here, but I'm not sure Coinflip actually wanted to take that ult there.
Situation.
Yeah, Akali's just going to get over the wall and just clean escape. He should have just let Akali sit there and not use the ult. Trading your flash for the Akali ult and your ult. Not a positive trade coming out of Coinflip in the top lane, which is maybe looking just to trade red buffs here as Kane stole his. Frozen's got to dodge this chain, and he does. And the turret shot actually lands. Sean's got to be careful here. One more auto attack, and there it is. And the solo kill coming out from this Victor. Much needed advantage in gold going in their pocket. But now Coinflip gonna have to play respectfully here. Half HP, the Ignite is almost back up, but he's still looking to trade. He knows that Jarvan is still here, and there's no ult on Akali. The Shroud is down, and this should just be a kill, but no, the Flash is still available, and he's gonna get himself out.
Yeah, a little low on energy. I believe he still has Shroud available. No, he doesn't have Shroud. He's got a couple seconds left.
Yeah, Akali used Shroud early on in the fight, so there's no Shroud available.
Gotcha. If Jarvan gets a knock-up here, he dies.
The Shroud has been used there as well. Lizzo's going to completely back off here, not sniffing out that someone is probably still just sitting there waiting.
No, but he left that wave in a perfect position. Witch should have walked out of the brush and collected that first plate and pushed that whole wave in. Because now the wave's going to sit right there, and then slowly creep back into swap side, and then he can just shove, force it right back into his face so that he's stuck in the same situation. So Witch should have walked out there and pushed it, and maybe gotten the plate, just given the dragon, maybe taking a little more security on the top side, because now now Def Coinflip is like stuck in a really tough position where the wave's just going to bounce. And he can't step up to this wave because Akali has Ignite and ult back. So just a really unfortunate situation here for the Mordekaiser, and we're probably going to witness either a hard pushback into a gank from the Kane.
Yeah, the Kane is here already. Def Coinflip has no flash, and he's just going to go down here. We'll see if he gets any ults in the process. So far, the Kane ult has been committed. The Ignite comes out as well. It's going to be a kill going over to this Kane, getting him online and getting those early stacks to go into that red form if he chooses. Yeah, but they are going to trade it for the dragon on the other side.
Yeah, good response by Wichita to identify that the Kane is now topside. It should be just a free early drag. Cloud Drake just gives a bit of a few stacks, nothing else big deal.
They are going to trade it for the Herald, though. And because some continued pressure. I'm not sure how close Akali is to getting a plate there, but doesn't look like they're going to get it just yet. But
Yeah,
a little bit of trading here is they have to be careful here. Neo's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, a lot of Yumi's sustain now is based off of hitting that Q, because her passive now heals off of her damaging abilities, and rather than her E, which is just healed. So a decent bit of sustain coming into the Yumi's area lane still.
Yeah, but I do want to point out a big thing, like, top lane is going to continue to get abused here with Kayn playing towards it, and the wave is already shoving into the Mordekaiser. So he does have the ultimate this time if they do opt for the Kayn gank. Looks like he's going to reset instead on his 2,400 gold. So we'll see if he goes Gore Drinker. It's like he is going to be opting for that Gore Drinker, so we will be getting that red Kayn this game, which is honestly, in my opinion, better for this game. The amount of disruption that he can cause on red Kayn is greatly higher, especially on an immobile carry like Vic.
And Bongo getting some good trades down here in bot lane, forcing Arctic down to half HP, just continuously peppering him with rockets. As now ult's looking to be traded here, but he gets the smoke screen off right as the ult lands, and he's just going to be able to wait out this whole ult. The Q is going to miss as well. Coinflip still looking to force something, but he's got to be careful. The ult is still up, but Witch is here right as Lizzo goes in for the ult, but he should just be able to R2 away. But Witch flashes forward, but the Shuriken is up, and he's just going to go back in and take the kill. And now Lizzo is so strong, getting that second kill, outplaying the gank. And Coinflip's not really even going to be able to punish him here under turret as continue to whiff these spells.
Yeah, apparently they were more worried about Yon ban than the Akali ban. I really don't like giving Lizzo the Akali pick in draft, because you can see how well proficient Lizzo is on this champion. He has so many hours on this.
Well, like we always say, what do we always ban first? The one trick. Every time you take away their one trick, because then you get games like this where they just understand the matchup, how to play it, and everything pretty much about it just from the start.
No, Coinflip's about to die again as the LeBlanc has roamed up here as well. Coinflip still has the flash. He has to flash this chain, but it's not even going to matter as he just gets exploded from the damage. As now Arctic should be fine here as their Bongo is all the way back under turret. But they are just abusing this Mordekaiser, using him to funnel gold into their carries here. It's going to start getting real hard for the Waffles to keep playing if they can't find some lead somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, the only real lead that they have, you know, something in is mid lane. Here is Frozen has been just poking and just beating on this LeBlanc this entire lane. Kind of like about an 800 gold lead on the LeBlanc, even after the kill that the LeBlanc just got topside. So they should be, maybe Witch just kind of comes mid, starts looking for that fight. Oh,
they're looking for something. They got the flash out of Obongo. Now he's just trapped in a Cataclysm. He's going to go down. Neos flashes away here, uses that speed up to try and get himself to safety, but Arctic is just chasing him down. But the minion's got in the way of enough damage, and he's going to be able to walk himself out. That was so close to 2 kills going over to the Zeri.
I would have committed the flash. Lulu had no flash there, and it's just another free kill. But you know, a good capitalization on getting Arctic finally ahead over Bongo.
Yeah, we finally have a little bit of a lead. It's a fight starts top lane with Kayn trying to get some more red stacks here.
Hey, Def Coinflip just immediately ults him, and he's just going to look for maybe the turnaround. He flashes forward. He just needs one auto attack, but he can't quite find it. He finally gets it. But now Lizzo should just be able to clean this one up and secure himself this red buff. As now Witch is in a bit of trouble, having to get away from Obongo, dodges the rocket, and will get himself out. But at least Coinflip getting some money back for himself in that 2v1. But once again, it's just more time for Lizzo. Fortunately, the plate's falling. He won't get any of that money, but just skyrocketing himself ahead in terms of XP and gold.
Yeah, they're just kind of starting to struggle on this top side a little bit more and a little bit more every single time. The kill was really nice, but the Akali just getting another push on this. Maybe not as big, only about 1,000 gold lead on the Mordekaiser, which is rather lackluster. That shutdown for the Mordekaiser really helping out, and that bot lane play really getting them kind of back into an even or a little bit above in gold. but they really should just play around Frozen. I mean, he's got a 40 CS lead here, 14 minutes, just absolutely obliterating. 10 CS a minute right now, just absolutely playing cracked out as.
And he's about to get this mid lane turret, and I think at this point in comms, you just have to try and communicate with Coinflip. Just catch waves under your turret. Don't try and contest anything. And we're just going to full send on this bot side of the map and try and snowball from there, because it's really hard. Like we saw last time Jarvan tried to come up for a gank in on the Akali. There's a lot of dashes that Akali has to get away from the Jarvan, so going to be hard to do anything. But Coinflip is still just looking for these skirmishes here, but Lizzo is just completely destroying him here. The ult is almost back up. He throws the ignite. He's not even going to need the ult. And it's just another solo kill going over in favor of Lizzo. Now 4 kills. It's not looking good.
You know, it's funny because they actually both had pretty much the same items. Akali had a little bit of pen there, but the Mordekaiser didn't, and an absolute slaughter as Coinflip, I think, missed everything except his last Q. And the Akali was right on top of him, so a little unfortunate there for missing a lot, not really making that an even fight. Kane's looking for a tank.
Kane is looking for something, but there's still ult and flash onto Zeri. Their Yubi ult comes out to slow him down, and a huge Jarvan ult comes out, forcing the Lulu down. We'll see if they try and get onto a bongo here. He's almost going down. Just one more auto, and they find it. So they're able to backstep the knockup from Kane. It's another 2 kills going over towards this bot lane, as Arctic is really starting to put the pressure down. And I mean, he's definitely in a position where he can carry, but it's going to be all about fighting with Lizzo, but he just gets caught out there, and now Lizzo is here. He has the ult. He just flashes straight onto Arctic. He knows who his target is. He just needs to find that execution, and he does. As Sean is even going to live. Frozen's there to save Nasashi, but is he going to hand over his life now to Lizzo?
So strong, though.
But he's just pumping out so much damage. He has the protection from the Yuumi, as the Yuumi finds the kill and the shutdown over on to the Akali. Now Phoenix is in trouble, and Frozen flashes after him. It's a huge play coming out of Frozen. You see how much, health that Yuumi can provide both of these carries, and even with Arctic going way too aggressive, they find a way to turn around the fight.
Yeah, not only that, but now Coinflip gets some much needed alone time in this top side, just getting XP back and getting some free farm here. Oh my, it's gone!
I'm sorry, was there a champion on the screen?
Oh, that's an 80 carry life if I've ever seen one.
As
an item and a half victor, by the way.
Frozen just started dancing on his corpse here. He should almost have enough for his Shadow Flame. He might actually have it now, but just staying on the map to help secure this dragon for the team is Waffle or Feast or Famine are hard committing everyone running back down here, but they should just be able to get out. Don't take this fight, just jump over the wall and get yourself to safety. That's what they're going to do here. They actually got Lizzo's ult out again as he's looking for the chase. And I'm not sure he's going to find anything and get another cooldown out as Feast of Famine was kind of desperate to contest that dragon.
Yeah, they are really just kind of taking off here at this point in the game now that they pulled Lizzo out, but, give the Yuumi over to Frozen so he can just carry the game, because this Victor is so fed. He did finish his Shadow Flame, now an item ahead of his counterpart mid laner. 2 items on this Victor, which is the strongest in the game. Can probably deal with this Akali if she can't really get burst down or multiple CC abilities. It's just a huge struggle here now.
One thing to notice, this Akali does have stopwatch, so Waffles are going to need to keep track of that, knowing it for their next fight here, and not overcommit on that, really strong active and kind of get baited in. As they're looking for a collapse here, as Phoenix is just going to take away this Grump and should get himself out to safety as the solo laner tried to make a play onto Coinflip and forced his flash out.
Yeah, they basically need to make any play they can on this bot side. Like, why? I don't really... Killing this Mordekaiser over and over isn't getting them anything. Liz is the strongest person on their team. They need to be looking for fights on the other side of the map.
Coinflip's just trying to find it, and he actually does a lot of damage. It almost takes it. But Lizzo was able to secure that kill once again. But you can see if Akali misplays these engages, could just lose and, give over some much needed money to the Mordekaiser. And like you said, I don't think there's really a big value of just continuously harassing this Mordekaiser. You got his flash out. Sure, if he's playing super overly aggressive and it's just easy pickup kills, but right there we saw it. But now Frozen is in a bit of trouble. He's just going to hand over this shutdown. Who's it going to go to? But no, the stun actually lands on the Phoenix. But he's able to actually get a kill back with the burn. I assume
so
for maybe score. But at least he goes down before that Jinx rocket lands and doesn't give Jinx over the kill. So I think that's kind of their strong point where they need to keep this Jinx down so they don't have any sort of DPS on Feast of Famine side.
Yeah, I mean, I think Waffles are still in a good spot. The later this game goes, the harder it is going for this assassin comp to actually start playing out these fights. Especially since Waffles has so much survivability and just how long a Mordekaiser can stall, how strong a Victor gets, especially when he starts building a whole bunch of health items. And this Zeri who's already popped off at the Yumi at the moment. So it's gonna be up to Feast of Famine to try and bring more people down, and I think as a collective unit they're able to kill people.
As a good coach once said, more shit counters more shit counters less shit. They should just bring down everybody, ignore the Mordekaiser in the side lane, and they just need to cause chaos in these fights. They're never gonna win a front to back, which is what they're continually taking over and over again. I understand that they drafted a Lulu and Jinx, but they wanted the comp to work better around the Lulu Jinx. They should have drafted not 3 assassins. They're gonna really struggle looking for these fights if they're not playing like back or front.
Frozen's getting collapsed on, but he's just gonna kill Ishan before Phoenix even shows up. But no, Ishan is able to live, and now Phoenix is gonna pop that ult and should just be able to secure the kill. Frozen flashed to try and get the kill.
That's swag flag.
But now that's the Victor without flash, and that's twice now. He's pushed way too far forward in the sideline. Now Arctic's got to be a bit careful. Should be able to get away from Lizzo here, but which might not be so lucky as the TP comes in from the Mordekaiser, but Lizzo's just going straight in, but they can't find the killer. Now the Yumi ult comes out to buy some space, but everyone's just going to disengage.
They did get the Mordekaiser to teleport out there, which is relatively crucial for this dragon that's coming up right now. Which being under 200 HP is also a big problem. They need to be able to get back to this so that they can set up and start continually pushing this Drake lead that they already have. Threatening that Drake this early in the game when you're already this strong is going to be way better for them if they go to 5 Drakes instead. It looks like Frozen's TPing in for this anyways.
And they're looking for something. Frozen's got to get back to his team away from this Kane.
By that ward, they know where they're at.
Yeah, Lizzo posturing aggressively here, but he just completely destroys the low health Jarvan before anything can really happen. And now his ult's back up and he's going for it. A coin flip finds him with the ult. See if he can take this 1v1 in the Death Realm. The stopwatch has popped and Lizzo should go down here, but the ult is going to get him back to safety. And now Swap is in a position of issues, but Arctic goes straight over the wall. And Zeri moments are happening here as he's going forward. And the Frozen is trying to back him up here as they're just going in onto a Bongo who he has to flash away for his life. But Arctic's still looking for something, but now he's going into a 2v1, but he doesn't get one shot, but he's shot and Yumi came alive.
Yumi Zeri.
And that's going to be a team fight win going over to Waffles. Like you said, they just have to find these front-to-back fights and protect Arctic and Frozen.
Yeah, and Feast and Famine just not figuring out how to win this game. Their way to win this game is by flanking, not taking a front-to-back fight. They're continually taking these front-to-back fights and just losing every single one of them, just falling further and further behind. If they just don't understand how their comp is supposed to function, and it's costing them dearly here.
Yeah, for a team of assassins, you can really see them, like
they're so used to playing a front-to-back style comp that they just cannot function on a different style. Like, yeah, this is game 3, and so they can kind of experiment a little bit because they have a couple of games, but they also could have just drafted a little bit differently here. Like, we know they could have. And just made this a way more front-to-back team. It just doesn't make sense to me that they would, like, kind of toss up something that was working so well in the 2 previous games. So they got to, if they want to get back in this game, as
Oh,
we
they're
get a
just
fight,
going straight onto Obongo. They know he has no flash, and he's just going down. That's another kill over to Arctic, and that shield is disgusting. What was that? That was half his HP bar.
Mm.
And now they're just looking to force onto this Baron. They know Ashan is bot side with no TP. They just killed their AD carry, and they might be able to get this, or at the very least force a advantage in the trade, forcing a fight, but they have to be careful not to let Phoenix just steal this.
Yeah, you should. I don't think you give up a more gold. You just
They
put
just
yourself in a more
turned
disadvantage.
straight onto Lizzo. Forcing his ult, he gets chunked super low, but that buys time. The Baron is reset, but Deshaun is still not moving. He's looking just to push this bot lane all the way. They don't have any vision of this Kane.
It's gonna be a while though.
They find the Kane with the Zarya. Now Frozen is trying to find him to force him out. They force him over one wall. It's not quite enough in the situation, but I think they're forcing him out just far enough. No, he's going to get into the pit. He's getting in there with 2 HP.
Oh, he got it! He got it!
Big rocket as what combination? And now he's in there trying to buy some space. He's going to probably go down here, but no.
He's in the
He actually got Mord ulted, I think, which gave him the time to get over the wall. And they just get out with murder.
There is no way they make a comeback, right? No way. That they just 2 games in a
Look,
row,
it's
take
League
a
of
massive
Legends.
deficit and come back?
It's League of
There
Legends.
is
Anything
no
can happen.
shot.
They're still gonna have to try and figure out how to play out these fights, as you said. Sure, they got away with highway robbery at this point, but it's still really hard to fight, especially with how tanky this front line is already building.
Yeah. I think what they need to do is just focus up, be like, all right, whatever, we lost to the Baron. But guess what? We still have, you know, our next Drake, 4th Drake, Ocean Souls coming up. The enemy team doesn't know what what to do. They have no idea how to team fight against you. Just get all the vision early, set up, get a pick like they've been so easily doing with Witch in this game, and just punish. And then just force them to front to back. This is just what needs to be done here. If they get it that way and they get the soul, this game is relatively simple for them to play out. The soul is so strong for Yuumi. It's unbelievable. As we're watching, this area is online. 3 items on this area. This area is terrifying to see. Flying around the map with a Yuumi on top of her. So this can still be a pretty easy game for the Waffles if they really play this well. Hopefully they kind of reset the mental a little bit, just kind of come back to, okay, we lost Baron, we still have a win condition.
And the issue is this Baron's just going to buy so much time, and we've seen that time is the Waffles' worst enemy. It gives them opportunities to make mistakes and just throw the game. And that's really what I'm worried about here. Is sure, if they get this Ocean Soul, they really put a stop on any chance the Feast or Famine have to look for any sort of, prolonged fight. And if they don't get just a straight one-shot between Yuumi and Ocean Soul, they're just not gonna, kill anyone. But with how uncoordinated the Waffles have been the rest of this series, this Baron could just buy them enough time to get to a couple more item breakpoints where maybe they could just keep finding these isolated picks in. We saw what happened in game 2 with the Waffles having a bigger gold lead. So,
well, we're gonna get the defining fight here. I think if the fight is won here, which I hope they're picking up their elixirs at this point in the game, even though you've got more items to buy, this is the major fight in the game. You should just buy an elixir for this fight just to be that much more powerful, because this could decide the game here. I think if you lose on Waffle side, they just open up the door wide open for Feast or Famine to make another comeback, and you slam the door shut right on Feast or Famine if you take this fight and get the Ocean Soul. So I think this is probably the most crucial fight right now in the series. The game is on the line here.
right, both teams looking, just posturing at each other. Some poke is coming down. They're trying to find the engage, but Lizzo just falls straight away, goes straight in onto Frozen, looking to get the one-shot, and he might just get it, but no, he can't.
He might die in the death realm!
And he's gonna go down, but no, he pops the zone just to buy some time, but now Arctic's getting jumped on, and he might just go down. He fails the flash, gets polymorphed, and he's gonna go down. And now it's all on the rest of the team. Both carries are down. Can the Meatballs find it? But they're not going to be able to. The Lulu shields are too much, and that's a triple kill going over to Bongo on a poorly executed team fight for Waffles. And that's going to be soul stopped unless Witch can steal this. But he has no vision besides his flag. And this should just be going over to Feast or Famine, which goes in, but it's too late. He's going to give another kill over to
Guess what
Bongo. Now
happened?
that's 4 kills going over to this Jinx.
Guess what happened? Finally, they got a team fight where it was just chaos, and they absolutely demolish. This was the perfect win condition that they needed. The mess up by Waffles to just toss the fight out the window by splitting up completely. Frozen walked up and away from his whole team. Arctic stayed in the pit and ulted and tried to fight. They were all split. It's a horrible, horrible fight from Waffles. They're so close with the game on the line. They just tossed the fight. Great chaos in the LeBlanc from Ishan just jumping onto Frozen after the Akali gets ulted by the Mordekaiser, bringing him down. And after that, where's your damage? Because this area was CC'd and dead at that point too. So Mordekaiser
and now
can't care. The fight Frozen gets caught again.
The Shuriken misses, but it's not going to matter. He gets taken down. And the start of the death chain seems to be happening.
Gosh, they had such a clean game going just to toss it out the window with those last couple plays here. As you were saying, their time is their worst enemy.
Yeah, now this Jinx is fully online. This Jinx has so much damage, and with the Lulu protecting her, is there too many ways to actually jump on the Jinx without having to worry about any of the assassins now?
I mean, if you make the Jinx the forefront, and honestly, what she should be buying as of right now is that stopwatch, because you know they're gonna try and kill you. There's 2 easy ways to kill you, and it's with Jarvan and with Mordekaiser just taking you to Death Realm, because obviously you're not going to buy a QSS when your Akali is getting ulted every single fight. So, but either way, you know, like Bongo knows he's going to be the focal point for these fights. It's way too hard to catch one of these assassins, you know, catch one of them out. So taking Bongo out of the fight is probably going to be the easiest way for them to win these fights as well. But we'll see how they find a way back into this game. They're starting to clear the vision out, kind of trying to find their footing on this Baron setup.
Yeah, the Baron is back up again as Frozen just looking for a solo kill onto a Sean, but he's going to get away, and that's going to be the ult committed by Frozen. As now Lizzo found Arctic, and he failed his dash over the wall, but now Lizzo's in a 1v5, and he might just go down here. He's trying to buy time, but he doesn't have the R2 yet. Gets the wild growth, but he's just going to get chased down here. That's going to be a huge shutdown going over to Frozen, which we'll see if they can leverage this advantage to try and get something else. Looks like they might just try to force it down mid lane here, not trying to risk another Baron flip.
Yeah, Lizzo has been playing so well this game, and just not really sure what he thought he had there. He had known his whole team was within timing to, you know, walk up and help. So just a complete misplay from him, giving up the kill and maybe even an inhibitor here with his death.
The Face of Famine doing a good job of using their health bars to clear out this wave. And I think that's going to be enough to buy time for the Akali to respawn. They're just going to all back out here, and it's just going to end up being 1 kill going over, a shutdown to this Victor, who's probably sitting on Void Staff now, and there it is completed. So he's going to shred through any of this MR that Phoenix has started to purchase, but that's not really the primary focus here. It's really going to be on the rest of the team to not get caught out here by these assassins, which they're trying to overforce here. They know their Victor's in base, but Arctic just gets immediately jumped on, but Phoenix might have gone too far now. He's in the middle of 4 people. He's actually in the Death Realm, as he's going to pop out here shortly. But is that going to be enough? Arctic gets caught up by the Chompers, and he's going to have to run for his life over the wall. Now Lizzo's in the back lane. He just needs that R, but it's not enough. The shield bow is enough to keep him alive, and now they're trapped in the Catacombs, and with the Victor ult, Arctic just needs to get over the wall, but Frozen just flashes forward and just destroys them. And that's going to be a triple kill going over to Frozen, and a great job kiting back by the rest of the team.
Frozen coming in at the end here is just so much damage. They've committed so much in such a poorly. He had no vision. You can't walk into a choke point, or else they're just gonna get AoE'd down by the Zerial. And the amount of resources used to kill this Zeri and not even be able to finish her off in the end. Frozen has free reign over this choke point. That's such a wonderful cataclysm by the Jarvan. So much damage coming in from Frozen, and he has after finishing that void stuff, it's just how do you survive?
Yeah, I thought Arctic was done for there when he walked onto the Chompers, but only the Jinx was really hitting him. They just didn't have the damage to finish him off. And now they're looking to rush this Dragon Soul after securing the Baron. TPs are coming in just to offer some reinforcements here. But the Feast or Famine is on their way, but they're just going to be too late. And that's going to be Ocean Soul and Baron going over to Waffles off that team fight victory. That's a huge sigh of relief for them as the Ocean Soul provides them so much power to sustain from these all-in attempts from Feast or Famine. Have to see here. Akali is close to that Void Staff, is going to be able to offer a lot more damage if she can complete it, but now Coin Flip is a little bit caught out here. He just needs to start running here, but I don't think he's going to be able to. He's just going to get run down here, looking to find someone to hit, but it's just not going to be enough. He's going to go down here, and it's now Frozen sidesteps the knockup, looking to run away here. Phoenix is going to sidestep the stun, but Lizzo just taking a lot of damage just from one laser, and it's all going to be about can they blow up this, Zeri and Victor at the start of fights. Because if they can't, we saw what happened and how much damage the Victor can put out.
Yeah, but Mordekaiser is one of the bigger factors. Being able to stall out even one of these assassins with just his ulti, this gives a good opportunity for Feast or Famine to try and look for a fight now. They won't be negated by the Mordekaiser anymore, so I guess we'll see. As Jarvan's looking for something, it's such a... One mistake can basically end the game. It's that late into the game right now.
Frozen's actually getting cut off from the rest of his team as they're jumping on him, but he has the fancy feet. He sidesteps enough. He uses the stopwatch to buy some time. Ashan's clone is going to go down, but he's going to live. But the Yuumi jumps on it, but it's not going to be enough. And now Lizzo is looking onto the Zeri. That's the only threat that's left. Jinx is just free hitting this whole time. Arctic needs to get himself out of there, but he can't quite find the range. He keeps getting slowed. The flash forward into the knockup. He's still living because of this Yuumi as they're going to flash away. But you saw the rest of the members are pushing up and Frozen was lagging behind it. Feast or Famine just found the angle to collapse on him and separate him from the rest of the team.
Yeah, they get the kills off, but there's any objectives to take there. Arctic is still alive. They can definitely try and peel this off, but there's still so many threats. Having some breathing room is pretty nice, but this late in the game, I guess they're just trying to finish off all your items. Are we gonna see a full 10 members with all 6 items built?
I really hope the game does not go long enough that supports are completing full items, but that will be a very long game if that happens. But important to note, Arctic did lose his flash in that fight, and is going to be a lot more vulnerable. In these upcoming fights, that's kind of their only opportunity. They got his summoners out, and if they can collapse on him like they did with Frozen, maybe they can continue finding these favorable trades in these team fights. But Zeri has almost completed the Last Whisper, completed the first part of it now, and just needs a little bit more gold to get the full Lord Dominic's regards. I just noticed the LeBlanc is so far behind, not even completing the death cap yet at 38 minutes, is really struggling to find any farm. Still hasn't broken 200 yet, but it's kind of all on Lizzo here, and if he has the damage to one-shot someone, I'm just skeptical he does. He has the damage to one-shot Arctic.
Yeah, one thing that I haven't actually seen? I'm surprised no one has built a Serpent's Fang. All things considered, like, the amount of value that you'll get just from Serpent's Fang alone basically makes Yuumi, Victor, and the Jarvan.
Oh, Frozen's in a bit of trouble here. Lizzo's just playing this slow, trying to keep Frozen here, waiting for the rest of the team, and now he's going to go in, but the Zhonya's just popped. Lizzo pops his as well. The flash comes out from Victor. He mistimes the laser, but it's enough to force Lizzo back. But now Obongo is here, and Lizzo pops the ult. He's going to be able to take down Frozen. No! He goes down. The trade, so 1-for-1, but you'll take that trade. Now it's on the rest of the team to get onto Zeri.
Feast or Famine is playing the macro game, though. LeBlanc has a lot of pressure in the top side, and there's no one to respond to that. That could just be a free tower, especially this late in the game. As we see another fight coming in from Phoenix, and that Coin Flip.
Alright, he pops the ult onto the Kayn, and We'll see if he can just find a way to get himself out of this predicament, goes straight into the wall, and actually is able to get through the Cataclysm because of that. And he should be able to get out to safety this whole time. Bongo's just taking their entire base, already taking that
the
tier
macro
2.
game.
Yeah, they're just splitting them up completely, using that Jinx ult to try and, stop some recalls, but sees that the Jarvan is collapsing on them first and will back off so they won't lose the inhibitor. But getting 2 turrets here is Witch is looking to keep chasing, but he doesn't have the damage to threaten by himself. Inhibitor and 2 turrets down. This Jinx just needs a little bit more. He might actually have them on this reset here. And that's going to complete the Jinx full build, deciding he doesn't need a Last Whisper. Just needs to be able to stay alive from the Victor damage. As we're going to get an Elder Dragon to spawn in 35 seconds. And that could just completely decide the game here if one of these teams gets the Elder. Hopefully they just have the confidence and map movements to just force their way and end the game. But Akali is looking for something. He's just getting TP'd on, and now he's in the middle of nowhere. They spot him out now, but he's able to flip over the wall. Jarvan's looking for something, but Ashawn actually walks straight into the rest of the team, gets chunked out by a lot. And he's looking for this honey fruit, might be able to heal up, but no, the Waffles are moving forward to contest this. And now Ashawn already stuck at half HP. Gonna be hard for him to contribute to this fight as the Elder has been started by the Waffles.
Yes, they've completely switched sides as they could just probably go for the macro play.
Oh,
Jinx
they're
is
just
fighting
looking
mid
to
lane.
end the game with the Jinx here. They're not interested in flipping this. They're just going for the base, looking for the rest of the members to... And now everyone from the Waffles is backing. That could buy some time, but no, they're indecisive.
They canceled the back.
They just canceled all the backs, and now all they have to do is stop the recalls, and I think Jinx just ends this game.
Yeah, they're putting so many resources into trying to finish off this Elder Drake. They have Frozen back. Bongo is actually in big trouble
Frozen
right
gets
now.
back there. Bongo is almost goes down, but he goes down to the ult from the Victor. The stopwatch is buying some time, and now Ishan has to leave, and now it's going to be all on the smite fight, and Mordekaiser gets it. And now Phoenix has to run for the hills with the rest of the Feast or Famine, but they're going to go down. That's one. Phoenix comes out of his cane ult and now is looking for safety, and I think he's going to be able to get away. But they can just run it straight down mid lane, and we'll see how much damage they can get done. As Frozen is looking for a Sean, but can't find it yet.
These are really long death timers. They have 30 full seconds on the Jinx, and with all the assassins, they're just gonna get blown up by the Elder Drake if they try to front to back this at all. They're gonna have to try an all-in Arctic or someone. Arctic or Frozen, because they're doing the most damage to the turrets and the objectives right now.
I think if you're Waffles, you just play to end right here. Don't look to extend this game any further. They're doing so much damage with this Elder. Ashawn flashes in, they're looking for the kill, but they just can't quite find it. They finally get the Jarvan, but that's not the kill you need. And now they're running for the hills. This Elder Dragon just killing everyone. Rizzo finally gets a trade back. They do clear the wave now, but now Obongo tried to walk forward. He just gets 3-shot by auto attacks. Neos is all that's left as they're just waiting for this next minion wave. And I think the Waffles have finally done it. They're going to take us to game 4.
Yeah, but things starting off, we actually have a really nice series now as the full assassin comp of Feast of Famine did not work out in the end. They really found their way into these front-to-back team fights. They finally got bot side ahead, and Frozen was in a good spot to carry and burst. That's honestly really well played by Frozen to be able to get the back off and just cancel out all the macro play that Feast of Famine was trying to do.
Yeah, it was definitely a risky call. They canceled a couple backs, and I thought they might have just lost the game right there, but able to find a vision pocket that he could complete that recall in and really save the game for his team. And he put out just so much damage that game. But we saw the same issues from Waffles we saw the rest of the series. Is their uncoordination. They almost threw that game they had no business losing. And luckily, they were able to find a win and take us to a game 4. But we'll see if they can continue this momentum going forward or if Waffles will find the victory in our upcoming game. But for now, we're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see game 4 between Feast or Famine and Waffles. And we are back for game 4 of the series, and we finally get our first side selection change as Feast or Famine have selected to go blue side here in this game 4. I expect we're probably going to see, maybe a Mordecai as their first pick, because that's been so far the most heavily contested champion.
Yeah,
Can't lose lane.
well, both these teams utilize the Mordekaiser so well. Well, okay, that's subjective, but
They utilize it.
they utilize it in some way so that it stalls for a lot of time. Essentially, that the time value is so immense at the moment.
I can't imagine a world where after last game you're still valuing the Yon ban over Akali. But I guess it might pay off with this Mordecai as their first pick, but they can always just flex that and give Lizzo Akali again.
Yeah, I've seen how strong Mordekai's jungle can be, but that requires a lot of setup because he doesn't really have the early presence that we've been seeing in all of these games thus far.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Waffles are going to go for. They're going to go for a Darius lock-in here, assuming that's going to be a Mordekaiser top lane, and it's going to be CoinFlip's answer to it, deciding not to go for that, what was it, the Jax he played in game 1? That did not turn out very well at all. But we'll see what they go for here as their second pick. I assume they're probably going to go for a jungler, but no, they're just prioritizing this Victor.
Yeah, Frozen is taking off the gloves right now. He's trying to... I think he's going to try his best to just play a similar style, a similar carry style, and just brawl it out. I assume that's how he's been getting these leads thus far.
Yeah, and I assume Feast or Famine is going to recognize the issues with their draft from game 1 and at least lock in something that has a form of CC.
The limit testing's over. I think they can lock an actual comp now. I think it's time.
Yeah. We'll see if they go for this Lulu again, though, to pair up with this Jinx in the bot lane, or if they prioritize another lane instead, maybe getting a strong response to this Victor. But they're actually just going to go for the Maokai for this Phoenix. Lots of area control and just generally a strong champion. So
other lanes would be looking to ban here. Do you think they have a plan for Ishan, or would you think that you would see something that he's played like in previous games?
See, I'm not sure. I think if you focus super heavily on Ishan, I think you probably just ban the Akali anyway here, just to avoid the possibility of the flex on the Mordekaiser. But I guess they could decide that's okay, and they're just going to ban double hook champions like they did in the last game, which that looks to be their strategy here as the Thresh comes out, but the Yuumi immediate response coming out.
Yeah, the Yuumi shield actually protecting the Zeri really hard as the Lulu banned in return.
All right, so the Nautilus is going to be available. That was banned out in the last game, and that really fit Feast or Famine's, playstyle in the games that they won, where they just had options to go and find picks and start fights. And that's really what they were lacking in game 3. So I wouldn't be surprised if they locked in the Nautilus here for the Feast or Famine. But Waffles are going to get this Jarvan banned against them, which was kind of the catalyst for multiple early games to keep the Waffles in it.
As actually Waffles take the Nautilus away. They knew they had the prio pick, and that's why it was probably not banned.
Nautilus premier pick into Zeri. Always nice to take that away, at the very least. So they cannot pick it against you. Don't hate it.
This is just going to be a Swain answer from Neos here. Again, with the Swain support could be a possibility here.
Looking like another meatball comp with Jinx.
And we'll see. It looks like that's going to be locked in. We'll see what Feast or Famine decide to round out their comp with. They're kind of once again just the 4 meatballs protecting the Jinx. If they lock in, they could just lock in another one of these tankier melee champions. Ishan might try his hand again at the Silas, but that didn't go so well for him the last time. But they won anyway, so have to see as the timer is counting down here, and it's going to be the Viger locked in for Sean. This matchup in the mid lane, just looking to scale, provide a lot of area denial with the baby cage, but we just got an instant Olaf lock in for Witch. Just really looking to take over this early game and ignore all this CC from Feast or Famine.
And they have lots of it. It's a lot to ignore. Their damage early is quite low.
Yeah,
which very much red
Wichita
alert on
has,
Olaf early game here.
Wichita has a lot of early rain over Feast of Famine right now. We'll see how well he's able to play this early game, as we all know Olaf. He's either gonna run in and kill everyone or run in and get insta bursted. And Feast of Famine do have quite a decent bit of burst, especially with the Veigar. So we'll see if they're able to play around it or if they're gonna be able to get a decent lead.
Very highly dependent on Ishan keeping up the curve. Otherwise, Olaf will steamroll this game. I find it hard to believe he's killable without.
Look,
Ishan
I'm just
being
saying, it can still be Viger support, and then you have nothing to bother.
Yeah, I
Could
mean,
be Viger support.
to be fair, Viger is a pretty good, as long as you don't fall behind and the rest of your team has damage, could be a good, response, a good pick just to execute this Olaf, as he's not going to have that opportunity to really vamp up and healing when he gets low. He's just going to get blown up with the Viger ult. So that is something that Witch is going to have to be mindful of, that he's not just going to sustain for, a million HP every auto attack. If he gets low, because he could just get blown up by the Viger. But once again, I think, kind of going back to those first two games in terms of, team comps, where both teams kind of have a pretty stable team comp with good, ideas of what they want to do. But we've seen now 3 games in a row that Waffles have really struggled to close out games when they're at huge advantages. And now Feast or Famine has a comp once again that can really punish them for that. So we'll see if, Waffles can tighten it up here going into game 4, or if they're gonna, get sent home here. Feast or Famine just needs one more win, already up 2-1 in this series. But I think we're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if Waffles can hang on to a game 5, or if Feast or Famine is going to end it here. And we are back for Game 4 of our series between Feast or Famine versus Waffles. Waffles finally finding a win in that Game 3. But now Feast or Famine looking to end this one right here, finally getting themselves on the blue side. They've been red side all 3 games so far. And they're back on a team comp that can definitely force these team fights and punish Waffles' mistakes. But we do have lots of ghosts on the Waffles team. They are ready to move fast.
Yeah, they're ready to team fight and brawl it out there. They're on their last limbs. This is the Silver Scrapes moment where they gotta pull out every stop that they have currently. So so far the early game has looked pretty strong. It's just closing out the games, and they were finally able to find that one fight at the end of last game. So we'll see how well they are.
All right, we are getting some news that Lap might have been popping off with some celebrations after last game. So we'll see if that momentum can carry forward. As we're already getting some fighting level 1, the hook lands as they're looking to get some chunks down on Obongo. Getting the good end of a trade here, but they're going to get a little bit punished here. Walking back is Arctic, almost gets pulled back, but the caster or the melee minion moves up just enough to protect him from that. But overall, a good turn back from Feast or Famine there in that trade, as Arctic once again has gotten the worst end of these level 1 trades.
Yeah, it's been mainly just like a lot of split damage versus a lot of single target focus between the ball lanes. Is that really proves detrimental, as a lot of resources are. Oh, I like the cheeky hook angle though.
Oh no, but Arctic's
Arctic?
gonna get pulled
Arctic,
out of his
wait.
dash, and now he's isolated, but he should just be able to walk out of this, but he's taking another huge chunk of damage. Already chugging through 2 potions, he's probably gonna have to pop that 3rd here soon.
That'd be worse. You did go the longsword standard start instead of the orange blades. It's not the most punishing thing they happen, but still not a great look for lane prowess here.
Yeah, it's not how you want to start these lanes, especially when, you're really needing to get, something going in these lanes. We saw it took both him and Frozen, dealing a ton of damage in the last fight to finally find a way to secure a win. And if he falls behind on this Zeri, it's going to be really hard for the rest of the team, as walking up, just trying to secure themselves the cannon main, but junglers are finishing up some clear, both ending down on this bot side, which is already pathing over, looking for a gank, as the Maokai is still working on his Krugs, doing an extra camp here, but should be relatively close if something were to break out here. And Witch has got to be careful now, as he's about to get collapsed on, but they're just going straight on to Neos and forcing a flash out with the hook.
Yeah, really nice angles coming out. We shouldn't see too much. They should be in a good spot to just keep farming, but we already know how volatile both ball lanes have been in these games. It's just these late game fights has to be on even grounds or a lead for Arctic to actually have any impact versus Bongo, who sort of scaled up in the last game. He was quite a threat and was taking down the macro play. And taking down towers, so it's kind of interesting to see how different these games would be. But now Bongo has the front line, so at least he has that going for him.
Yeah, and I think this strategy not only benefits, Waffles just in terms of they're trying to get their bot lane ahead, but if they can force Phoenix just to stay bot side and they're like constantly just looking at each other 3v3, I think it actually helps them out a lot in top side, as this is a good just straight up 1v1 matchup for the Darius at these early stages. And if there's not jungle interference, it's a lot harder for Coin Flip to misplay these early aggressive trades and get punished by junglers. So so far so good. Getting a little bit of a CS lead for himself in the top lane, as well as catching a pretty big wave on that side of the map, and not too much action going on so far. Pretty much just trading CS back and forth so far. But I think that's the big point right here, is this top lane having a 10 CS lead in the isolated matchup so far.
The wave state isn't the greatest for Kaiser either. A little more. You are at risk of dying in the full 5. Darius Ghost. a little sweet for a little bit longer on the Kaiser side.
All right, so Kamichi, since this game, it's going a bit slower than some of our other games, there teams maybe a little bit more reluctant to overforce things. Where do you think first kill is going to happen, and who gets it?
Well, all things considered, the bot side looks really
All right, hold that thought as we
aggressive.
look for an engage here. The exhaust comes out onto Arctic, so the Waffles force a positive summer trade as they look to get this reset off. But nothing else is going to happen.
Yeah, after the aggressive bot side, I'm gonna have to say top lane.
All right, who's gonna get the kill and who's dying?
Yeah, I think it's a good setup for the Darius to get ahead, especially against this Mordekaiser, as you can already
The
see
ghost
a
is
brawl.
popped. The 5 stacks are applied, and Mordekaiser has to run for his life there.
Yeah, we already see that Def Coin Flip really knows his champion. He's going for the Dorn's play, and he's going to go super aggressive. I want to see if Wichita is able to do something, but looks like they're positioning on Dragon at the moment.
Yeah, it could definitely be a difficult matchup to try and dive in on, and I think if you could just keep this lane isolated 1v1 with no jungler influence, I think that's exactly what you want from Waffles. It basically ensures that it's going to be harder for Coinflip to fall behind, and we see so far he's playing this matchup well, forcing this lead, forcing Lizzo off waves and missing CS, and they just want to keep it like that as they start to stack these dragons down in bot side. Already getting the first one here at 7 minutes. And looking good here for the Waffles to continue on this momentum from the last game, but they've had good early games before, and it's been the mid game where they've really struggled. So
Understatement of the series here.
not getting my hopes too far up yet.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. I think most action we'll see is when this ball lane will hit level 6. That way you have actual lockdown. After the Nautilus hook, okay.
He's
After
fishing.
Nautilus look, it's so easy to just CC chain the Jinx, and there isn't really many ways for this Jinx to actually survive with the swing support. So I guess we'll see. Bongo has been positioning pretty well to dodge these hooks, but they've been really close so far.
Yeah, still does have that flash, so even when the Sashi hits 6, will have enough safety that it should be able to get out unless they're overly pushed, which they haven't really been given the opportunity at this point. The Waffles are content just to keep shoving this wave underneath the turret, but they're not getting a lot of turret pressure here. As you see, I don't think that turret's been autoed once. It's just been a couple minion shots. The Neos is looking for the engage here as they have the level 6 advantage, but now there's a fight between the junglers in this mid jungle. But Witch is going to have to run away here as Lizzo is following out after him, but Frozen is chunking out Ishan, and Ishan's going to have to flash, but he doesn't do it. He's going to go down for first blood, but Witch is going to follow suit shortly. But now they might try and turn onto Lizzo. Coin Flip is here. He's stacking up that passive. As at the same time, we have a whole engage into the bot side as they're just turning straight onto Neos, looking to burn him out. He has the flash, but now Arctic's jumping too far forward. He flashes in a straight line, and the Jinx rocket hits him, and that's 2 kills going over to Bongo.
So clutch out of Bongo.
Yeah,
Oh
that
my
was really well
goodness.
played, getting the Jinx reset. They just stayed in Swain ulti for way too long. They should, as soon as Swain ult pops, you have to just try and kite it out and try to kite him away so that it wears off, or else you're just taking a lot of free damage. You can't underestimate Swain all-in, especially in this type of scenario. But that top play, hey, Darius not even being able to capitalize on any kill in the end there is sort of a bit of a rough spot now that Lizzo has the kill. Oh man, a lot happening on both sides of the map. So who do you think has the advantage in all technicality?
I mean, I think, Feast or Famine, that exchange just went pretty much exactly how they wanted to. Sure, you can argue it kind of went, a little bit in their favor in the trade, but I think it went a lot in their favor. Just it gives Obongo that early gold lead, and he's really been the driver of their team to force the games that they've had the early gold leads, just really drive it home and never give Waffles a chance. And giving him these early 2 kills on Jinx is really detrimental here, as now we see a bit of skirmishing up in topside as Coin Flip is taking the worst end of a trade. Pops his Ghost and actually has to be careful for a Flash Cube coming out of the Mordekaiser. But a good Herald coming out just in mid lane, securing some more plates and money for Frozen. So a lot of pressure gained there as Olaf is looking for something on Lizzo, but he doesn't have a top laner at the moment. Nasashi
This is
trying
a
to
really
peel the
awkward
Arctic.
gank. I don't like this at all from Nasashi.
He's caught out. He's being body blocked by Nails. He's going to get pulled in here, and he might just go down. But at the same time, they're just going straight onto Lizzo here. This Olaf is just running straight through him, and they're going to get a kill there. That's a third kill going over to Jinx in the bot lane. And now Arctic's just going to get dove here. He needs to run, but he doesn't recognize it in
Goodbye,
time.
Arctic.
And let's see if he can get anything back, but I don't think so. See if they are able to pass this over to Bongo, and they are. And that's 4 kills going over to Bongo. He's going to be so fed in this game.
You can't fight in such a huge wave like that. Like, I understand that you're trying to pull off something to try and get the lead back, but with a huge wave, you have to either 1, wait it out and hold the flank, or 2, bring down your jungler, because obviously you don't know where the jungler is. You have a whole bunch of potential to just wait it out and wait for possibly the Olaf, but considering Olaf is top side, that's bot side is your weak side right now.
And it's just going to get worse from here. This Jinx has a 12-minute Kraken Slayer here. It's just going to start destroying anyone that stands in front of her if she's able to just free hit. You know, luckily the Olaf is, you know, fairly strong at the moment, and while, you know, Coin Flip took some bad trades in top lane, he still has, you know, pretty substantial gold lead here. So he's not behind in the game like he has been in other series. So between him and Olaf, maybe they can get up in onto this Jinx and stop her from free hitting. But if they can't, this Jinx is just going to tear everyone apart at this next dragon fight. Which
she's very turbo, putting to rest some of the concerns about Olaf taking over early game. She will indeed DPS him down on the approach.
You can already see that they're getting kited off, and they have full positioning over this Cloud Drake currently. It's gonna be hard to contest anything in bot side. I don't respect Wichita just invading right now, just trying to look for something else in the top side, as Lizzo is getting a bit low.
Yeah, there's just no pullback left from the Darius, so they couldn't continue exchanging there, but they're just going to give up this dragon here, not looking to contest this Jinx right now.
They might dive him top.
They could look for it. It's going to be a difficult angle to pull off. Lizzo does have his ult, so he can make it a 1v1 under turret. I think that's enough to deter them from going for it there. So just trying to avoid this Jinx for now. At least get one item on your carries as well. But now Frozen could be in a bit of trouble here. He's forced Sean super far back and not going to be able to find the engage. And Phoenix is just trying to, you know, help him shove this out. But Frozen with Olaf behind him is just walking at them and, you know, poking them out. And Ashan's not going to be able to find a good back timing. But Frozen just, you know, taking 2 turret shots for the lulz. But you see here already, I think they secured 3 plates there. Couldn't quite get the 4th. But Arctic walked back to lane and it just immediately gets CC'd and traded on.
Yeah, really rough spot for Arctic currently. I think Waffles has to, I think they just leave ball and try to make a cross-map play.
Get Nasashi out of that lane.
Yeah, pretty much. Nasashi has to roam.
Go mid.
Go mid, get Frozen ahead, and that's your win condition. Or roam top even.
The Swain is too bulky. You can no longer kill him on an engage. You just did too drain Teggy. There's no hook he can land.
Even if you can kill him, he's just going to buy so much time for the Jinx that even if they do kill him, Jinx is getting a double kill in return. So definitely just looking to get out of this lane here. Look for an engage, you know, on this Veigar. You try and find this Maokai out in his own jungle. But right now, they just have to play away from this Jinx. They do have a 1,000 gold lead, and that's purely because of the, you know, other 3 members of the team. I assume that Arctic is, you know...
First strike money, probably in there. So.
I'm not sure the gold difference with the AD here, but there we see with, you know, 1,500 gold lead for Bongo right now over Arctic, so... Definitely no source of power coming from Waffles bot lane at the moment, but they are able to get this Herald. Second Herald of the game going in favor of them. So they can, at the very least, they can crack a turret with that, as mid lane's already super low, and top lane has been chipped down as well. Where do you want to see this Herald go? Do you just want to ensure you break mid lane open to try and give yourself some map pressure, or
Shove as much money in Frozen's pocket as literally possible. The game is extremely hard without it.
If you want more value, you would try to put it like more topside. Try and set up a gank onto the Mordekaiser. Especially since you can't really Mordekaiser ult the Olaf Unstoppable, right? I believe that's the mechanic.
Yes, you can't. But Frozen's just gonna get this mid turret anyway, as he barely gets that first turret gold before the Jinx is able to pick up bot turret. So get a bit of a fight up here in top lane, but just some quick trades here as
Backward C. Kaiser.
Coin Flip just can't find the stick on the Mordekaiser. As now Arctic's got to be a bit careful here. He should still have his jump to get over the wall.
He's greeting it.
But maybe he doesn't.
He doesn't.
He just has to pop the ghost to get away, but Phoenix just flashes after him. He gets pushed back into the team, and he's going to go down. And he must have used that dash aggressively to push out the wave, and just gets immediately punished for it.
Disaster.
No one around to save him. He's pushing all alone in a in a team that can easily chase him down. It's so
much needed money in Ishan's pockets as well. It's not what you want to see.
All right, so if you're Waffles bot lane, do you just try to ARAM in mid lane and try and survive, or do you just bring the Sashi and follow the jungler?
I think what you do is you get an all chat and you try and convince them to continue the game 4v4, and just both AD carries sit in the fountain.
The classic handshake.
Yeah. I think that's how you provide the most value for your team, is somehow mind control the Jinx into not playing anymore. Because she's almost on 2 items here, almost has an infinity edge. We'll have that, maybe not for this next dragon, but it doesn't look like Waffles are interested in contesting that either, so. They're looking for a play on top side. They do have that Herald, and they might just look to trade this tower for the dragon here to try and get any gold back in their pocket.
Yeah, this Zeri is now traveling in a 3-man stack. The experience and gold that she's gonna get is gonna be very lackluster. As they're looking for something on Mordekaiser.
Alright, the ult is gonna come out from Nautilus. They're going straight onto Lizzo. He has to flash out, but he just goes down the 5-stack passive
lethal range.
Ult.
Oh my goodness.
Just destroys him. Arctic dives underneath the turret and now pops a shield bow, but
huge sweep of gold. That's gonna be 3 charges.
they're gonna get that turret as well. They're gonna at least get some damage on this one. They're still on the dragon. Not enough people have reset here, and that's gonna be 2 or 3 towers going over, but Coin Flip walked way too far forward. Looks like he's going to trade his life for this as well, as long as Ishan can get in range of the ult, but he just can't quite do it, and the blast cones are gonna get them to safety. But
they still haven't reset if they keep chasing.
Yeah, they have a long way to run for now.
Frozen looking to try and cut them off, but he just gets knocked straight back into the Chompers, into the Maokai ult, and he's just gonna go down. That's a shutdown going over to Phoenix, and Coin Flip is still running. He gets pulled straight back. Now they're going straight onto Neos. He pops the ult and the exhaust to try and buy some time, flashes over the wall, and I think that's going to be the end of this skirmish. So there's no Jinx ult up again to go for a snipe, but overall ended up trading a 1-for-1, but getting 3 towers worth of gold in favor of the Waffles. Is you'll definitely take that.
Yeah, a lot of global gold coming into the Waffles pockets. That's very needed to start getting some itemization onto the Zeri, onto the late game carries of Victor. And I guess we wait around for the next objective, because next objective is Baron, and it's gonna be a closer fight than you'd think. Do you think they're ever gonna try for a team fight if you're on Waffles?
I mean, they bought themselves some time with securing that first dragon, that they're not forced onto Soul, for another, 10 minutes. And I just don't know how you try and force any sort of fair fight right now with how far ahead this Jinx is. Unless you can find some perfect flank where Nautilus comes out of the bush, gets an ult into, there's already Darius and Olaf on top of her. Bongo should have a pretty, clean time just executing these team fights. Now Arctic's going to get caught out here, pulled back, and he's just going to go down here, gets Mordekaiser ult just for good measure. Lizzo's going to secure that kill. And I'm not sure why they're contesting Raptors right there.
It seems like Arctic is playing until he's just positioning really badly right now.
All right, Frozen is
Ishan.
looking to chase him down in this long lane, but just gets immediately stunned up in the ground field. But Ishan walks back
W
forward.
barely out.
That's going to be just a unsealed spellbook barrier traded for Frozen's ultimate there. So not too bad here. Now Frozen's got to disengage here. He can't catch this next wave. He needs to identify that.
Oh, he's getting dove.
He is in trouble here. He's not going to be able to get out here. They're just going to be able to stop him and see what the rest of the team can get on the rest of the map, but they're not really in position. They're looking to actually move up and help him.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he just gets CC, goes down. There's no getting out of that at that point, and another kill going over to the rest of the team as a little bit of dancing from the top laners, but they're just going to immediately start this Baron. They know Olaf doesn't have flash, so he has to actually run around to get into this, and they're just burning this down so quickly with this IE Jinx. And
Kaiser does have Ford as well. It'll be 5v4.
Arctic's in a terrible position, is able to get out of the cage in time, but he has no ghost, is just getting run down. He finally pops it, getting chased down, but has the flash to get out underneath the turret and will escape. So they do stop the Baron, but once again, it costs Arctic both his summoners to do so.
Yeah, and once again, Arctic is positioning away from his team. He's sort of always in an isolated island right now. That's how I feel like he's positioning constantly. He's just having to blow so much just to survive.
Huge missed opportunity. I must admit again. Lizzo had port. They could have made that a 5v3 and got the Baron and the kills probably at the end, but he didn't commit it, and they ended up just turning, getting 2 sums instead of the stop Baron. Very interesting they didn't commit the port early to secure the 5v3 Baron, but I'm very curious why that happened. I didn't see it. Maybe Lizzo's HP was low. I didn't look again, but.
Yeah, it's either way they are able to force them off Baron, but this Dragon is spawning in 50 seconds, and you know, the Waffles really haven't used this last 5 minutes to put themselves in a position where maybe they could contest. They have, what, 2 wards in the river right now. There's still this, you know, strong Jinx, and I think they're just going to end up giving this one up as well and hoping to maybe fight for Soul, but it will be an Infernal Soul once that time comes, so it's going to be really important for them to actually contest. I just don't know if they're ever going to be in a position where they actually can. As Witch barely dodges that, and Frozen's actually in the top lane as this is spawning, so it's going to take him a while to get there, and they're just walking way too far forward before their team is here. Arctic's able to get out to safety, but Nastashi just goes straight in. Now Coin Flip is in the middle of 3 members. He gets Mordekaiser ulted. So he's going to take this 1v1 for now. He has his fully stacked pass or ult up, but it's not going to be enough because the Lizzo shield comes out on Mordekaiser. And that's going to buy enough time so he can't use that ult to reset. Now that's your top laner down. And I just don't think you can walk up anymore. And looks like they're just going to clear a couple waves and another dragon going over to Feast or Famine.
Yeah. Feast or Famine are just a 5-man unit currently. It's so hard to even try and contest even a fight with how far ahead the Jinx is. They have one job: just kite out the Jinx, become a frontline, and you can already see how long it's been taking to kill even like Lizzo and the Death Realm or even position for these fights.
Yeah, I mean, you saw there in that 1v1, Coin Flip definitely wins that extended trade. He just needed to wait for the shield to fall off before he could ult, but he just never had the time because as soon as he came out, he was by himself in the middle of the team, and the Jinx is like, oh, there's someone for me to hit. I'll kill them real quick. And the Coin Flip is just stacking MR at this point, which I think, you know, he's indexing a little bit too much into this MR. You know, I understand when to get this Maw to, you know, take these 1v1 fights, but now he's building more MR on top of this, and he's never going to offer any sort of resistance to this Jinx if he's just continuously buying more and more MR. But I think that's definitely something that his team really needs, is someone else that can live more than 3 autos running with this Olaf. But right now, they're gold lead. They still have this gold lead, but it's, you know, basically nothing at this point. 500 gold. That it's basically made up by the Infernal Dragons that Feast or Famine do have, plus just the fun, where the gold is located is so much better for Feast or Famine. So.
Yeah, they have a lot of good positions. It looks like it's gonna be a bit even, bit of a stalemate for now, as they're trying to just farm up, get some waves, get some more vision control going around. But what would you do in Waffle's situation? Do you just try to all-in dive Bongo?
Oh,
right
here
now?
we go. They're just
Right,
flashing
they
straight
expect
in
that.
onto Bongo. They separated from the team, but he just flashes over the wall. But now he's separated from the team, and there's no damage left. So these frontline members that are supposed
That's
to be
Baron.
for him are just going to go down. That's 2 kills going over to Olaf. They committed a lot, but they got Obongo out of the fight. And now they're turning onto this Baron. Ashan is still here. He has his 2 items. He's farmed up. He sells his ult. Arctic's already down to
They have
half
no ult
HP.
to work with.
Baron
Oh,
is down to half. They're looking to try and contest something here. The ult comes in onto Lizzo, but they're just going to keep him out of the fight. And now the rest of the team is just trying to disengage.
Enjoy a
But
reset,
Jinx
though.
gets a reset. Arctic goes down. Coin flip flashes onto Bongo, but immediately gets death round. And that's going to be his death as well. And they're going to get out with 2 members, but they're going to trade, 3 for 1. Or not even 1 in exchange for that Baron. So at least it gets the Baron off the table. Feast or Famine can't secure that for themselves.
They do also get a decent chunk of global gold, as mid-tower will probably fall down. The game is
That's-
still dead even in terms of gold, but Bongo
That
is
will give
still
Thirster to
Right.
Jinx for a dragon fight, which is pretty crucial here.
yeah,
So
and
much
that will
money.
be Dragon Soul as well. And Infernal
No,
Drake is
no flash, crucially on her though. This is it's still not lost for Waffles in team fights. The Jinx flash is still down this next dragon.
This is Waffles' window to try and get themselves back into this game. They need to keep punishing this Jinx. They forced the flash in what was a good play for them. And they just need to be able to have their ults back out for this dragon and just force that again, over and over again. You can't let this Jinx keep just staying in the back and free hit. And
Stopwatch
The issue-
crucially bought.
it does have the stopwatch, and the issue is starting to mount that this Viger and this Mordekaiser are starting to really scale up as well in terms of threats. And it's just going to be harder and harder to ignore them to try and tunnel on the Jinx. But you have to tunnel on the Jinx. She's the biggest threat on the enemy team right now.
he had one job and one job only, kill the Jinx.
Yeah. That is, Nisashi has received his orders, and it's a suicide mission to CC the Jinx.
He
Die
also
for the
cannot-
cause.
He also cannot flash ulti again for this dragon fight, unfortunately. He has to get a...
He does have the Hex Flash, so if he can come from an area of no vision, maybe he can surprise, gap close to get in range for a hook or an ult. But definitely going to be difficult, like you said, without that flash. But at least the Waffles have control of this dragon area for now, but I think they're just going to get forced off as soon as Feast or Famine show up. The Maokai's so good at checking.
Rosen might have Death Cappy backs, but I don't think he's gonna have time.
It doesn't
Also,
look
Jinx
like
has a stopwatch.
he's going to go for it, as all eyes just need to be funneled on this Jinx. Can they do anything? Nisashi is looking for a flank, but Feast or Famine is just going to wrap around to the other side.
A flash coming in from
Oh, Nisashi, he's over the wall. They have vision of where Obongo is. Can they find and engage? Nisashi goes for it. He's looking to buy some time. He gets a huge interrupt on the backline, just buying so much time, but so is Neo's in the front line for his team. He's just
Reset.
picking them all up. And now Jinx is just free firing with the reset, completely untouched. This is going to be another kill going over. That's a triple kill.
quad.
She's going to secure the quadra kill here as Arctic flashes, but it's too late. And that's an ace coming out for Feast or Famine, securing the Infernal Soul as well, and I think that's going to be all she wrote for this game.
Yeah, they were trying to do a front to back, focusing everything onto Lizzo, but once again,
Neo just stalls for so long. Look at that position in the ulti. Oh my god, hitting all 5 of Rylai's. Oh my god.
all of the CC just all the time, no follow-up damage onto Bongo, and he's just gonna wreck towers, wreck the base, and open it wide.
They're walking in
Open
quicksand.
for Feast or Famine.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Nisashi did his best to, stall for time. He goes over with the surprise blast cone and gets a good ult, knocking up 3 members there, but I mean, Neos and Phoenix were just able to stall for way more time than Nisashi was able to by himself, and once that Jinx, that Jinx stopped being CC'd and He has 3 items now. Still has the stopwatch because he was never actually threatened. And his Infernal Soul now, I'm sure he has enough money to at least get components for his next item, if not just straight buy it here.
That might be a GA. GA is cheaper.
GA is absolutely what the Jinx should buy here.
And, all right, so big hopium. How does Waffles actually come back and win this game? Is it just completely hopeless, or is there a chance? As I say that, Frozen gets caught out, and he has to be forced to flash out of the cage. As now they're looking for something, but they just don't have enough damage to get through these beefy members. Frozen just getting completely zoned out. Neo's flashing forward will end up going down. But Ishan flashes in to secure the kill. Triple kill for him. As now Arctic's caught in the cage, and he's going to go down as well. That's going to be a quadra kill.
That's game.
Going over to Ishan, and they're just going to run it straight down mid. The inhibitor's already done. And Feast or Famine is going to end this series 3-1.
Yeah, Viger finally scaled up. That was just a 3v3. They didn't have any of the pure damage dealers, and it's looking at the end. Is this gonna be Pentakill?
Swap is looking for something, but he finds a huge heal, but it's just not going to be enough. He needed to hit the Couldn't find the Jinx.
That might cost the end, actually. Stalling.
Nisashi is back up looking to stall some time, but he still needs a 1 second for Olaf. Nisashi's just going to go down in a couple autos. And now, once again, it's on one person to stall for time. But I don't think it's going to be enough. The Olaf ult is popped, but he just gets blown up. As Obongo is just completely unstoppable. Frozen and Arctic are now back. They're trying to focus on Obongo, but the stopwatch just buys enough time. The Mordekaiser ult is going to keep him safe from Arctic, as that's going to be another back-to-back ace. And Feast or Famine finally close it out after a long series, but they take it 3-1.
Wow, what a close, a lot of close games. For being a 3-1, this game, or this series, definitely lived up to pretty good hype. Like I see if we can't get them in here for the post-game interview. But other than that, what do you guys think was like kind of the big causalities of just the Feast or Famine domination here?
I think the biggest thing that happened in this series was the Waffles' inability to convert leads. Like, that game 2 was unlosable, and they somehow lost control of that game due to just poor decision making. And if they just close out that game, we're going to a game 5 here. But I think between losing that game, it can just do a lot in terms of your mental confidence, throw after throw. And we just saw it throughout the series. But Feast or Famine, they played solid even when they were down. They never, gave up, and they're always looking for those opportunities to come back into the game. And credit to them, they found those opportunities and punished them. And then this game 4 and game 1 were just absolute dominations by them. And then game 2 and 3, they were able to, or game 2, they were able to stick with it and, find the comeback win. And at game 3, even though once again they found themselves behind, they made Waffles really work for it. So I think that was kind of the two main factors, was Waffles struggling to find ways to end, and Feast or Famine never, giving up and always just sticking with it and finding opportunities to come back.
So I'm assuming we have a unanimous vote of who the MVP is, which is Obongo. Correct?
Maybe.
I can't say otherwise.
We have a current chat poll in chat, so if you want to cast your vote here, who you think deserves MVP for that series, go ahead and cast it now in Twitch chat. And
Alright, let's see here. Vote. Obongo.
I think you're influencing the vote too much.
Admin dift.
There's just huge admin diffs going on in MVP voting. It's cringe.
Yep, I am pulling Bongo now. Bring him in here, and then I might be grabbing as well.
Apparently they're pulling it. Oh.
There he is.
Hello.
What's up, Bongo.
Hello.
How's it going? But how's that big win feel?
Honestly, yeah, that was pretty good. We had to get the 1-game turbo ego draft to give them false hope. Honestly,
Oh my god, you guys were trolling.
I can't,
so
man.
hard.
It's like, oh nice, we get Jinx here, awesome, and then it's like, oh yeah, let's go for the Kane here. Like, doesn't say a word. Oh, pick me Kane. I'm like, okay, yeah. Let's just draft the full assassin team over Jinx.
Also. He almost turned it around.
Yeah, I was like, cool. All right, cool. I was trying to drag him, but Discord was being mean to me, and it was just not letting it happen. but hey, I do want to ask several questions here because just after watching that series, just okay. You guys obviously were able to exploit the Waffles like in the mid game. It just seemed so difficult for them to like even find like points in that game where they could end the game. What did you guys kind of do to capitalize on like so many of these macro mistakes, and like what were you guys doing to find these macro openings where you just kind of brought yourself back into the game?
Let them know, Bongo. Shine my star.
That's for me. Okay.
I mean, it's kind of an open ended for all three of you guys.
I was just gonna wait and see if anyone else wanted to say anything.
Awkwardly silent.
Because I think all of you have very interesting perspectives on each of these games, considering everybody was kind of doing their. Everybody had their own carry games.
Yeah, I mean, after like the first game, at least, it's important to kind of like recognize patterns of like how teams play. So, biggest thing that I saw, at least for like pretty much first 3 games, was every time Wichita is on J4, he's literally just perma hovering around mid like every single time. So it's like. I died a lot because I just kind of like walked up lazily and was farming mid wave. So it's like that was kind of honestly those kills were really the only things that were like stalling the game out for a little bit longer. But I don't know. I'm a big person about like if you can blow like sums like flashes especially on people before dragon fights, it makes targeting and like just kind of how you want to play around that a lot easier. So whether that's just like overloading a side lane or I don't know, just like trying to go in and invade jungle, get some vision down, and like see if you can find people. I know that's something I like to do a lot. But other than that, it's kind of just like draft a good team comp for 5v5 and just kind of scuffle at dragon every 5 minutes. To be honest, it's as long as you have a better 5v5 comp, it's a lot easier, I think.
Gotcha. Lizzo, what do you think about like this series in a whole? Like how do you really kind of feel about it playing out in a lot of these games, because a lot of focus was coming down on the top side. The Mordekaiser getting traded around in draft, the kills back and forth, and just the focus on bot lane in like the first 10 minutes of the game was insanely high from game 1 to game 4.
Well, basically, we kind of went knowing into it. Mord was going to be pick or pick, not even ban, because no one wants to afford one of the bans. So we made a little joke about that. He's going pick for pick. Yeah. And so I was like, okay, I can play the set. And I did it a couple times where I just canceled his alt. But like Mordekaiser's one of those most juggernauts like Mundo and Sion. You kind of just run at them and stat check.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, the second game. Wait, it was the second game? No. The third game. No, it was the last game. It was the last game where they left the Kali open and they hoped to like be able to pick Mordekaiser. I'm like, come on, man. This guy's not really. This guy, he plays Mordekaiser fine, but like the Darius build, I was just like, oh, I don't know if you definitely noticed, clowned me for a little bit. I was down like 50, 60 CS, but like that's my job. The top lane's irrelevant. I'm just sitting under tower.
As a good Sigma once told me, top lane is irrelevant. So
true.
It worked out in your favor there. But what about this Akali game, man? Like you guys had such a great lead in that game on that Akali, and then just out of left field.
Yeah,
started throwing your bodies away.
Some people that game got a big lead, I think.
Yeah, your top laner got a huge lead and then just kind of threw it away. So no, I'm just kidding.
That was a good example of feast and famine in the same game, TBH.
It was a great poetic justice because like the greed comp was so greedy, and it was funny how, and I even said it during the game, but you guys were playing that team like the moment and I think it was the moment they started catching up a little bit, or like when Bongo got a little bit ahead and they had to Or not Wimbongo. Was it who's their AD
I was
carry?
gonna say I don't remember that.
No, who's their AD carry? I just
Zeri,
forgot.
it was Zeri
Yeah.
Yumi.
Yeah, you guys had to
Yeah,
bring
Zeri.
you had to bring you down so you could try and get on top of her with the Yumi, and Arctic was just so slippery, so you had to dive so deep, like in like front to back these fights instead of just make them chaos, where the the quad assassins basically just reign. So it was kind of like you guys had to pretty much stand around and just fight them front to back, and then the one fight you guys actually won on the dragon is when you split up the two carries and just completely annihilated them. So I was hoping you guys found the chaos fight once more, but nope, no chaos fight, and then just
we were pretty close, honestly. Like we were like doing all right. Yeah, I was thinking in the back of my mind during that game. I don't think I said it, but I was like, damn, like if they lose this game with that big of a lead and like how eager our draft is, like that'd feel pretty bad, honestly, for them, to be honest. But yeah, I got like 4 kills or something in a dragon fight, and I had like a 350 bounty after just being like actual poverty the entire game. I'm like, yeah, that seems about right, TBH. But we were close. I mean, like I think if we played it like a little bit better in the like base race, I guess, where we got double inhib, but I died because I was trolling. But it was pretty close. Like even if we like whether or not we flip that elder, it's fine because like LeBlanc and I should, in theory, be able to at least like kill Victor on his own. But he had a good stopwatch, or Zoni's under his tower, so it was a good play.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Well, I'm gonna shift it over to Phoenix. I know your games were a little more sporadic. I know your game 1 was you were just kind of doing your civic duty, just giving everything to the Hakram so that you could just be the frontliner. But in game 2, you kind of got to shine there on the Wukong. Like, what was it that you were looking for in those fights? Like once your bot lane got a little bit behind and they needed some assistance, like when you just showed up like 3 fights in a row and just flipped several fights for your team, like what was your kind of planning going into the like that? Was it like the 8 to 10 minute mark, or like that 7 to 10 minute mark there when your bot lane started getting behind, you kind of started rotating down? What was your idea there?
It's more so like every one of these games, I just made sure I was pathing top to bot to play towards bot lane, and I was just tracking the enemy jungler, making sure that I was there for the counter ganks, protecting my Obongo.
Protecting the bongo.
Okay.
We definitely strayed off on that game 3.
Obongo gave me permission to have a life in game 2. So.
Yeah, your game 2 started off pretty rough with the mid gank that failed, and then I think there was one other gank that you tried that got.
Oh, I'll actually tell you. So we were talking pregame about warding raptors, and I didn't know that they meant me to ward raptors.
Okay, that's your fault. That's your fault. That's not
Listen,
my fault.
no, because I wanted to ward blue.
No.
I wanted to ward blue, and so I'm like standing up near my raptors. So I'm just gonna start raptors, do the like pro play clear right now, and well, at like 20 seconds to spawn on my raptors, I'm told, why are you not walking down toward these raptors? And so like
it's like you didn't even listen to what I was saying in the level 1 before the.
That's the thing, is I don't listen. And so I walked down.
Subtle flame.
I walked down and walked back up to my raptors out of spite and started my raptors like 10 seconds after they spawned, like 15 seconds. So I get done with my clear like super late, and I was tilted, so I just went bot and gave the enemy ADC a kill out of spite. And it ended up working out. Like,
I mean, it was fine though, because like you guys were actually giving me so many
yeah.
stimmy checks though. From I got like Hecarim shutdown, I got like Syndra shutdown in like back-to-back fights or something. I was like, yeah. I'm glad you guys gave me that before my taxes are done, TBH.
What you don't understand about the question you're asking about me playing for bot is me dying there and giving those buffs was me playing for bot. I just, I trusted Obongo would pick them up later.
Yeah. It was a long game buff transfer for sure.
Yeah, all those games were relatively close. I guess the first one was kind of the slaughter that you guys just kind of beat them to death. And then like the second game was super in their favor, and then you guys swung it back. And then game 3, I think you guys just kind of had that, the troll draft, obviously. The meme draft, which
one of
I think
the emerald drafts of all time for sure.
Yeah, definitely one of them at
But
least.
still no Kiana. I'm getting real sick of the disrespect on Kiana. Just somebody, please.
Also, I like
You
Rhino
should've
just
messaged
wants
me.
somebody to pick Annie. Like, just somebody please play Annie, so I could just stop hearing him saying it on draft. Like,
We did ban it a couple times.
yeah, he banned it second phase a couple times, but never played it. Didn't play it at all. No.
What I felt so sad for there was a little thing that happened in game 2 when I picked set, and I go, oh no, because remember on the Waffles split last when I was with them, I played set 7 games in a row in the playoffs for them.
Yeah.
And then I was like telling my team, I'm gonna go Hullbreaker, and then they were like, no. And I was like, come on, for the culture, like it still works.
I called a vote on that one actually.
And then like I'm like giga useless until like the last time we fight mid, and I had a decent ult. I'm like, oh, I had like a little flashback from playing with the Sashi Witch and Frozen, man. It was so sad.
This guy in draft is like telling me and theory crafting about how Hullbreaker is good because when he gets more ulted, he get the stats and more. I'm just like, bro, what are you talking?
I
Like,
still out stat check him, and like even if I'm not with the team, it's math. It's so good just for the W damage.
Or hear me out. Just let the other Mord miss every ability like he did anyway. Look, the Mord wasn't his greatest showing today. That's all I'm saying. He was missing a lot, and the Akali game he missed even more. It was.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, no, the Akali game was.
Also, he shouldn't go like his builds. I'm like Def, like you would do so much better if you just build it. Don't go Rylai's against Set because what the hell is he gonna do? Run away from you with your passive speed? Like you're just gonna walk him down anyway. Just go demonic so you can kill me. I'm going all health.
Yeah.
And then he goes Gore Drinker and Maul on Darius. Yeah.
That was a little ant.
So
Gore Drinker here will go crazy.
I'm sorry that I don't want this to go too long, so I'm really just gonna ask one more question so I can go to bed. With you guys taking the win, you go to the finals next week against the Black Mambas. Spoiler alert for anyone who didn't know that series went to them 3-1 to them. How are you guys feeling? Obviously, you were the 6th seed coming in. The Mambas have been on absolute terror lately. They kind of handled the Sharks today. Sorry, the Sharks today pretty well. What's your guys' feeling going in that finals? What's the vibe?
Wait, who's Black Mambas?
Itaconic, Rain, Sniper.
Oh, yeah, they're all right. I think we'll win.
He's such a troll.
Yeah.
Such a troll.
I will say, your mid laner better play better in that series than he played in this series. Or it's gonna be a lot worse.
Me and me and Lishan were on because I didn't eat lunch or dinner yet, and he was that reason we paused is because he was waiting for his DoorDasher who was like 20 minutes late.
In game 1, the Insta pause.
Yeah, the
Insta
pause.
catch it on the floor. What the hell, man? That was a fake? All right, that's it. I'm gonna come to your house and shit on the floor.
Okay. Well, with that, anyway, any closing remarks from any of you guys about next week, this matchup? Anything?
I can give my opinion. I mean, like, I'm just glad that we got to play them at least like once regular season though before, because okay, I did not expect their bot lane to be as AFK as it was last time we played against them, because I was like, okay, you know, we're gonna like we can get a lead, we can do whatever. And then like when I was talking to Ida after that series, he was telling me about, and like him and Tomato and all them were basically just like, yeah, if you guys just like don't die bot lane ever, it's free. I'm just like, yeah, that's fair. Okay, so I'm not playing Israel anymore. I'm not gonna ego my champions for lane. I am going giga scaling. I am going to out team fight, and I know how these guys play. Rain is also a rat on Cassidon, so I have to watch for that too.
Fair.
A good old Cassidon, Yasuo, Yone, Akali player.
All right. Well, with that, I'm gonna end it here. Well, it was a good series. You guys kept it close. Next week will be the finals versus the Black Mambas. Shout out, I don't know if you know this. You did in fact win the MVP vote, by the way, Bongo. I'm sure you're very surprised by that, but chat voted for you.
Oh.
But yeah, so anyway, next week we'll see you all. Have a good night.